Yeah. All right. Okay. Something new for today. Looks like the data is sending. Just want to make sure I'm good. All right. Okay. Something new for today, bringing you massive value in every way, as I would say. So, what I'm going to talk about today is the next app. But first, I'm going to get into the app that I made last time so I can get off what's on my mind. And yeah, I added it to the link in the description below. Basically, the list is getting bigger. I'm getting all the different apps for everyone to use for free, so you can see what I'm creating here. And there's something I gotta do. Add the cursor in. Let's see. Why that's not showing up right now. Yeah. So that's kind of strange. Looks like I got to do some troubleshooting real quick. All right, I just started the stream and I noticed my cursor screen is not showing up, and maybe the browser too. I'm just trying to do something that would show me. Okay, so I'll try the browser first, and there we go. All right, so I got that taken care of. Now I just gotta figure out what's going on with the cursor. Or yeah, the cursor. So yeah, I can't figure out why it's not showing my cursor on OBS. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Just want to make sure everything's working right. All right, properties. Showing cursor. All right, that worked. Not sure what was wrong with that, but hey, I fix it every day. I fix it every time. So yeah, it's all tech stuff. All getting used to tech. So basically, back to where I was starting, and I'm gonna give you a rundown essentially of see if I can make this screen bigger too. There we go. All right, so yeah, last time I made this app, and it's a financial app for beginners. It's called the PE Pilot. PE stands for price to earnings ratio, and the subtitle is Spot the Bargain, Stick the Landing. Stick the landing. Um, that's interesting because I only knew about sticking landings from like snowboarding and skateboarding, and apparently that's like a pilot thing too for landing a plane. But in this case, it's about like landing as far as like where should you buying at the right spot. So this is like gonna help beginners buy at the right spot, and also spot if it's a bargain or not compared to essentially its own sector and the rest of the market. So automatically this pulls up on Apple. With this one, you can only do the Dow 30 large cap stocks. Basically, that's the API free tier. And then once I monetize this later and get a paid API, then I should be able to look up every single stock. So essentially, here's what we got. We got a gauge like a pilot would see that's giving an overall score for the four different kind of like sectors, I guess you could say, that that I'm like making different PE ratio like scores. So like each one, 25 would be the highest score for each different card that I'm looking at, each different formula that's being figured out in regards to PE ratio. So then it gives the score out of 100. And as you can see for Apple, it's pretty low. It's given grounded, significant valuation or growth risks detected. And then you look at the sector map. So here goes the different cards. First is the sector map. Basically, it's showing that the PE ratio compares a stock's price to its earnings. And right here, it's looking at basically the rest of its sector, its peers. And usually you would want to do this because if the PE for a certain stock is lower than the average of the rest of the stocks in that sector, then it's usually a good deal. So Apple is a PE of 33.2, and it's 51% above the market average of 22. So that's why it's got a lower score. Look at the next one, the value trap detector. So this looks at EPS growth. It measures if profits are actually growing. So like a big problem when I did the research for this for beginners is, they fall into a trap a lot where they'll buy a stock because it has a good PE ratio in regards to like its, market average. But what they don't understand is it just looks good because the company's actually slowly going out of business. So what this does is it looks at the company's earnings. So basically, like, it'll let you know, like, does this PE ratio align with the company's earnings? And right here, EPS growth for Apple is at 18.3%. So that's why it's like a yellow gold logo going with the traffic light. Basically, vibe for all of these beginner finance apps to make it easier. Red is like, stop, probably not a good idea. Yellow is like really uncertain, and then green is more likely to be a good deal. And as always, this is all likelihood. It's not like going to give you any exact read on the future. You can't really predict the future in stocks. So hey, what's up, Sensuarity? Hope you're doing good. These are the vibe coded apps. Yes, this one is the one that I created on the last stream, and the rest of them are all gonna be in the description, and they're all free right now, all free for all the viewers. And then I plan to monetize these in the future. Not sure exactly how they're all gonna fit together. Respect every time, yeah. So yeah, if you guys get value out of these apps, let me know. But the most important thing I want to know, you can always like leave a comment on YouTube or Twitch or Discord. There's a link there too. Main thing I want to know is if there's something that you don't like, something that you want to change, or even something that you think that it would help to add to it, so that I can constantly make these better. And essentially, like, yeah, you guys are using these for free, and then you guys are like basically like the testers. So the next one is the trust meter, and this basically looks at hype versus reality. It's going to compare what a company actually earned to what an analyst hope it will earn. So like if there's a big gap between what it earned in the past and what analysts think it's going to earn in the future, that means the price might be floating on promises. So right here, there's a 15.4% gap, and the target you're looking for, it shows is you want to find something with less than a 5% gap. So essentially, if you look at the average PE ratio, which is the trailing PE ratio from the past, 33.2, which is like basically what it is right now. The forward PE, what is expected, is 28.1. So basically it's saying be cautious. Then you got a growth filter. This is the PEG ratio, the growth bargain filter. A low price is usually only good if the company is actually growing. The PEG tells you if you're getting a bargain on that growth. So the target you're looking for is less than 1.0 PEG, and the PEG here is 1.82. So it's set that if it's between 1 and 2, it's basically kind of fairly priced relative to the growth. So yeah, yellow, not really a bad deal, not really a good deal. And then underneath that, I've got the education station, and this basically breaks everything down more for beginners, to like understand if they went through all that and they're still like having questions. Hopefully these will be the answers to their questions right here. And it's talking about PE multiple, price of admission, the value traps, why low PE isn't always good, the trust meter, kind of like the hype check, and the PEG ratio, like the growth bargain. So yeah, this is the PE pilot, and yeah, for right now it's only got, like I was saying, you can only really look up the top Dow 30, like the biggest stocks out there. But then like in the future I can make it so it shows more stocks. All right. So now that I've done that, I'm going to get into what I'm going to do for today. So I already went and I was thinking it might take too long for the stream to like come up with a new idea for today. So I already went and got the new idea, but that ended up really taking me like 5 minutes. So I was like, man, from now on, like, I'll just do these all on the stream, like my idea process. And essentially, I'll just walk you through the whole idea process that I had. So basically, yeah, I just did this like maybe 15 minutes ago. And I was like, take a look. I asked Gemini. I copied and pasted all the apps I've done so far. And I was like, hey, here's the apps I've done so far. Give me 10 examples for like the next logical step for beginners, like something that would help them. And it gave me 10 different ideas. Um, a safe foundation, like an emergency fund guardrail. And I'm like, no, that's like way too basic. Saying like, so a person can look at how much money they're making to figure out how much to invest. And I'm like, yeah, that's not really, that's way too basic. I'm trying to make these apps more complicated each day, so I like learn something new each day and like move forward in complexity and not backwards. So I should have included that in the prompt. But anyways, they're talking about like a dividend app that can just basically tell you like what the odds are that you will get more dividends over time and what that would look like. A sector app saying like how to diversify better. That seems super easy to me. So basically the one that I liked the most was about earnings calls. So essentially earnings calls are pretty big for experienced investors. From what I understand, the best ones spend a lot of time listening to these earnings calls. Like they'll go and they'll spend hours and hours listening to these earnings calls for companies that they're either invested in or interested in investing in. And it makes sense because if you're experienced and you're putting a lot of money into a stock, you want to be aware of like, what the company's doing. And if you listen to these earnings calls over time, you get a much better idea of like when a company's in trouble. Because I mean, the main thing is it's very rare that like these companies are like gonna like tell you if they're in trouble or something like that. They're gonna try and like maybe not hide it, but do their best to focus on the positive sides. And yeah, it can be for beginners. I mean, just the time of listening to earnings calls and knowing how to like understand an earnings call. So basically, yeah, I want to make it so like these earnings calls are summarized, and I want, like, my idea is to, I'll go with the next prompt. So I was like, I like the earnings call translator idea, and I'm wondering if it would be possible to do something where I could show a chart and then like mark each part in the chart there's an earnings call, and then you can click on that and it would give you like a summary of that earnings call. So you can look at the chart and be like, okay, well, this earnings call was right before it went up, this the price went up, or this earnings call happened before the price was going down, and then there would be like essentially the main feature of this app, I think, would be to take all the most recent earnings calls and kind of analyze them. And I'm not really sure how I'm going to do that yet, like what the main things are going to be looking at. But essentially, what I want to do is like give people a better likelihood of what's going to happen in the future. So this should really pick up, like, if the main thing is like the past, like whatever I do a year or two of recent earnings calls, it'll look at like things that the CEO or whoever's on the earnings call has promised, and have those things happened, and what's the progress on those things happened. Have they predicted very well about like what's going on with their company? And I think this is something that, as far as I know, doesn't exist. You can already get earnings calls on the internet, but as far as I know, there's nothing like this. So this is gonna like take it to the next level. And what I'm finding is like, I'm building these tools designed for beginners, but I mean, after I'm building, especially the last couple ones that are getting better and better, is that like I'm seeing a lot of value for me or even like any experienced investor. Um, so yeah, I can do a mark on the chart, and then wondering about the data, like, do I have to manually pull the data each time? And it's like, no, certain APIs can do this, but most of them you have to do it through the paid tier. So then I was like, okay, well, is there any way around it for right now, doing it free? And essentially yeah, there is a first they were trying to tell me like I should build a manual import tool that I would have to like copy and paste the information, or like the user would. And I'm like, no, that is like not what I want to do. Like anyone could just do that anyway. It would just be a lot more work. But then they're like, okay, um, they found a solution that they think would work. Essentially, it's like going, yeah, they're like, here's a developer's hack. You can use the SEC Securities and Exchange Commission filings directly. So when a company has an earnings call, they're legally required to file a Form 8K with the SEC. Often they include the full transcript or a very detailed press release as an exhibit. And the SEC Edgar database is 100% free for developers, and it has a very generous API. So I'm like, okay, sometimes AI tells you no, but then you just gotta go with the flow and see if you can find something so you can get around it. So I'm getting much better at like when I run into a problem with an idea I have, to like find another way. Even if right away it's trying to tell me it's not possible, like unless I pay for something, then it's like, okay, well, just keep trying, asking in different ways. Maybe I could do it like this. Maybe I could like find some other way in which they're saying that I could. And essentially, they're saying I'm not just building a stock app, I'm building a professional research tool that usually costs thousands of dollars per year. So I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, that's like, I mean, I think that's maybe overvalued what I think it would be worth, but still, like, the more value I can provide, the better. That's really what I'm trying to do. I'm not focused on like building these apps to make money right now. I'm just focusing on building these apps like to provide as much value as possible. So I'll be teaching you guys about SEC filings, and this will make you much better investors. And for beginners, then I also plan on doing some kind of like education station like I usually do with the app, that's going to give them information more about like what all this means, like the very simple stuff, like because with all these apps, what I want to do is I want a beginner to look at it and be able to tell right away what it does, and then be able to put in their ticker for the stock they're looking for, and within like 3 to 5 minutes be able to like read all the information and get the value. And maybe it would take them an extra like 5 or 10 minutes the first time they look at it, just to like understand with the education station part. But at the end of the day, I think that that these tools, for especially for beginner investors, will, like, within 5 minutes of using the tool, it will provide them with the value that before this tool existed, it would have taken them like hours and hours of research, and even sometimes like an extra few hours of like doing complex like mathematical equations and figuring out what kind of equations to do. So essentially, like, these tools, I'm trying to make them as much value as possible. So um they're just giving me some like choices as far as financial APIs to choose from. Like, they're saying use because I was like, yeah, they gave me FMP at first, but I was like, yeah, for whatever reason I don't understand, I've been having weird issues with FMP. So they're like, yeah, maybe try that one first, otherwise try AlphaVantage, Polygon, or FinHub. And I tried all of these, and I'm thinking I might even use two on this one, because I know like one of them, I think that the stock chart part of it, I think, would make more sense with Polygon. But then it sounds like earnings dates is going to be better with AlphaVantage. So yeah, I might try both of those. And another thing too that I'm going to do differently this time is I was running into problems with the API keys usually right away. So what I found, that usually when professional developers build something, they don't put in the API keys like at the beginning of the project. They'll put them in, they'll use mock data. They'll program the app to use mock data, basically fake data, just to make sure everything is working. And then that also solves a problem with the free APIs. I only get a certain amount of calls in a certain time frame. So then, like, each time I run the app and test it, I'm not wasting one of those free calls. So I'll get it, make sure it's all working, and then the last, or at least one of the last steps I'm gonna do is do the API key this time instead of doing first, and see if that, if the advice I got is right, that's like a more professional style of building. All right. Okay, so with the flow, looking at the updated my system. Um, Essentially, the first step is going to be creating the blueprint, and that's going to be define the number one problem. I'm going to look at a few problems, but I'm going to try to find like the main, in my opinion, biggest problem for my I guess like another step would be to have the right audience, but I'm using the same audience, beginner investors, for each one of these apps. So anyways, the problem, then the solution to that problem, then name the app. Then I'm going to create a style MD folder, which is essentially like kind of like the vibe of the app. And I have not done that before. So yeah, I'm adding that on. So yeah, getting started. Going back into Gemini. All right, so I'm on the live stream right now and I'm trying to figure out basically the main pain points that beginners have when it comes to understanding and applying these earnings calls. So search the internet and give me a list in order from like biggest pain point to least biggest pain point, maybe like the top 5 things you can find. Based on current data and investor sentiment for 2026, here's the top 5 pain points beginner investors face with earning calls. The expectation gap, the biggest confusion. So essentially, a company reports record profits, but the stock drops 10% right afterwards. Beginners are baffled because they think good news should mean a green chart. Basically, like green chart, what they're meaning is like the price should go up. In reality, the market already priced in the good news. If the company didn't beat the high expectations of analysts, it's considered a miss. So it's like there's something they say in investing called buy the rumor, sell the news. And essentially what this means is like, um, when before the earnings call, there might be rumors, what the earnings call is going to be within the company. And then like that rumor gets leaked out kind of to people. And then people go off that because like they're saying is like when the earning call comes out, if the earning call matches the rumor, then it's already like priced in. If it's better, then usually the price would go up. And if it's worse, then it would usually go down. But like none of this is guaranteed. This is just like what's more likely to happen. So they're saying for a solution to display the analyst estimate. So right next to the actual result, so the user sees the gap immediately. Not really sure 100%. Display the, oh, okay. So it's saying to not only show the results of the earnings call, but also what the estimate was pre-earnings call. I see. Yeah, this I see how that would be a big help for understanding this situation. So the next pain point is going to be the CEO language. Executives use corporate speak to hide bad news, and this is kind of like what I was talking about. Like this was like what I would have like guessed to be the main problem. But yeah, I can see how that the expectation gap is actually a bigger issue for beginners. But yeah, it's like almost like they're talking a different language sometimes. It just goes right over their head. Talking about terms like macro headwinds and strategic pivots. Um, and usually like they'll say stuff like that instead of saying something straight out like we're losing money right now and we're firing people. They'll try to avoid like, they'll try to make things sound better than it actually is if it's bad, but on the other hand, that's not every company. A lot of companies also will, if things are good, they try to make it sound better than it actually is. So that's why experienced investors listen to all these because then they get a better read over time of like what's actually going on through these calls. Um, so beginners usually take these words at face value and miss the warning signs that are like, subtly like read between the lines stuff. And with this app, I could do like a truth translator, converts jargon into plain English. The economy is hurting our sales instead of like what they're hearing is macro headwinds. So yeah, I mean, I would get into more of like how to do that when I'm actually at that point. Then you got the guidance trap. Beginners usually focus 100% on the past 3 months of what happened, but the market really only cares about the next 12 months, like the guidance, like of the future. Like the market is more pricing in what they think is going to happen in the future than like what's already happened. So beginners don't really understand that. This kind of goes back into number one pain point. So like the reality is a company can have a perfect quarter, but if the CEO says next quarter might be a bit slow, the stock usually will go down. So for the solution, create a specific future outlook section that highlights exactly what the company promised for the next quarter. And number four is the scripted versus unscripted split. So the pain point is that the first 20 minutes of a call are usually a prepared script. The real information that like you really want or that is like has more value from an earnings call usually comes out in the Q&A session at the end of the call when analysts ask tough questions. So the reality is beginners usually stop listening or reading after the first 10 minutes and miss the unscripted slips or stammers from the CFO. And I'm wondering too, this is going to really like give me a much better understanding of like how AI can really translate this. I feel like, wow, yeah, I feel like this is like almost like, if someone were like, say, like if there's a different language that's like an ancient language, like Latin or something, and in the past people would like learn like Latin and then they would go and like manually translate old books because things aren't really like just like cut and clear that they translate like like English to Spanish would translate. Those some of those older language have like hidden meanings and things that you'd have to like really know what you're doing to like translate it right. So I'm looking at this like, man, like if I could like this app like alone, if I could just like dial it in over time, this is like just so powerful and so valuable. But I'd have to. That's what I'll learn, I guess, is like how because right now I'm thinking like that might be really difficult to really train the AI on like how to, translate these earnings calls, but I mean, maybe not. So that's what I'm going to find out. That's going to be very exciting to me to see. So then we got disconnected narratives. The memory problem, the pain point is beginners treat every earnings call like a standalone event. They don't remember what the company promised 6 months ago. So in reality, if a CEO promised an AI product in Q1 and it's now Q3 and they haven't mentioned it, that's a massive red flag. So the solution, this is like the master summary idea, basically like the promise tracker. I think that's a good, like, what is it going to focus on out of the entire, like, what should we be looking at is like, what is the CEO promising? And are they actually delivering on these promises? All right. They're saying to get started, they would start by building an interactive timeline and the SEC text fetcher. Um, but I'm going to start by writing down the number one, do my system, update my system basically. So the biggest pain point is essentially like buy the rumor, sell the news aspect, and translating. And I think they're both like equal, but it sounds like beginners have a like more of a misunderstanding of like the expectation gap. Buy the rumor and sell the news. So um yeah, the expectation gap I think is gonna be the maybe I'm saying the one problem. I feel like they're equal, but yeah, for beginners, okay. Cause that's really gonna be the first thing. Like a beginner would want to understand that, then it's going to be more difficult for them to go into the translation part. So really, like I could just build this whole app around that one problem. But I think that would be super easy. Like that doesn't, like, to me, make this app like that different from something that they could already, relatively easily do or find. So I think to make it like a really good app and provide way more value, I want to add that translation thing. Yeah. So the solution would be to display the analyst estimate right next to the actual result, and to essentially translate the information. So now I got to name the app. All right, the next step, I want to name this app. So the guidelines for naming this app, I want to name this catchy. I want the, earnings call, or like the word earnings, to be part of the title of the app. And I want it to be so that a beginner investor can look at the name of the app and understand what its function is, to basically, understand earnings calls and how they relate to the price of a stock. So start with 20 possible name ideas. Yes, how's it going, Lily Parker? Everything is good. Thanks for the follow. Hope everything's good with you. Hopefully you get some value off of what I have to tell you today. And I really like the idea for this app, and moving through it quick, so it won't be long, and I'll be building. And I've also updated my process today. So yeah, hopefully it goes smoother, and it helps me build better apps quicker. Um, so far, day has been not bad. Um, it's a good time. Uh, Good time to do this stream. I feel like where I'm at, it's like too cold to go outside. So yeah, and I injured my shoulder anyway, so I can't really do too much. So it's crazy. That's kind of like what got me started on this journey in the first place, was an injury that had me unable to do most of the things I wanted to do. And I was like, well, it looks like I'm stuck in the house. It's cold. What should I do with my time? And this idea kind of came up. So yeah, I keep it moving and keep it flowing, and respect to everybody that's tuning in. And hopefully you get, not only an education on how to build apps that you can monetize, or really not just apps, but like anything you want to build. Because I'm a beginner. I just started this, like doing research about coding like a month before I started the challenge, and I'm just gonna keep moving. So streaming daily, almost every day. Like I took a break yesterday, trying to like make sure I take at least one day a week off as like a break. So yeah, for the most part, like I feel like that'd be crazy to force myself to go on here like every day. But even yesterday, like I was like thinking about coming on, but I was like, no, I should take a break. So yeah, The very low sound. Awesome. Thanks for letting me know. I'm going to turn up the sound right now. Let's see. Try to get this sound going up. So somebody in the stream just mentioned that the sound is really low, and basically, could you tell me how the easiest way to make it louder for the stream? It was somebody on YouTube. Just asking Gemini real quick how to get this volume up. So in the audio mixer, find the mic AUX source, click the three dots, select filters, click the plus icon, bottom left, and hit gain. All right, from 5 to 10. About that. All right, so let me see. Think it should be, and then they said watch the audio meter. So yeah, the audio meter looks like the line's kind of going up a little bit farther than before. But yeah, if this still is the volume's still low, let me know and I will adjust it some more. So oh, you're from Virginia? That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't spent much time on the East Coast. I got family out there in like Maryland, and Pennsylvania area. Haven't been out there in a while. Originally, I'm from Wisconsin. I really like the whole Midwest, everywhere from like Chicago to Minneapolis. But I've lived like the last like 15, 20 years. Most of my time I've lived in like Denver and like the mountains area. Spending like most of my time doing like that. I'm not doing my business stuff, doing snowboarding and mountain biking, and also lived in Nashville for a while, lived in LA for a little bit, and yeah, so I like to go to surfing in Hawaii. So really, I like kind of live everywhere now. I don't even like feel like I live in one place anymore. I just kind of like travel around, um, depending on the season and what's good for that season. But unfortunately, this season for snowboarding has been like the worst in at least in America in my lifetime. Europe and like Japan are getting most of the snow this year, which I guess like that's cool. Like I just had like 3 of the best years, and I think that's good for the Olympics at least, because out there for the Olympics they're getting good snow. I can see each time I'm seeing the Olympics, I can tell like that's where the snow is, because it's not hitting us really this year. So yeah, ask me whatever. That's cool. And let's see, where was I? I was on the name. That's right. So we got earnings ghost, earnings truth, earnings decode, earnings unmask, earnings fact check. Kind of like that one. It's just not very catchy. Earnings plain speak, earnings translator. Yeah, that's like really what this is. The earnings translator, I feel like. Earnings summary, earnings digest, earnings bridge, earnings pilot, earnings catalyst, earnings impact. That one sounds the catchiest, but does I yeah, anyways, earnings compass, earnings forecast, earnings brain, earnings AI, earnings insight. I like that one. Yeah, earnings insight, earnings mentor, or the earnings hub. I like earnings insight. That's like the most catchy, and it's not as like clear of what like the earnings translator, but also like this does more than just translate. So I like earnings insight. Um, could you make a logo for the stream? Yeah, sure. I'm not really sure. Like, um, so you're on Twitch. So yeah, yeah, I'm new to Twitch, so I don't think there's a logo there. If you can make one, like that's awesome. just let me know how I can get it, and I'll definitely set it up. Probably like right after the stream. So yeah, I really appreciate it. So many people been on here helping me, making providing a lot of value to me, and yeah, it's good to see. So I know, like, that's all like abundance mindset. Just provide value to people, and the value will come back. So yeah, respect every time. So I'm gonna go with the earnings insight. All right, I went with earnings insight. Now give me 10 suggestions for a subtitle. Would I become an affiliate? I'm not really sure. I don't have any plans on doing any kind of affiliate marketing so far, or affiliate I guess, like, that's essentially like promoting other people's products. Like, everything I've built so far in this challenge and that I plan on building is to build my own products. However, I mean, if there's something out there that I think my viewers would get value from, then I would consider it. And also, too, I was just thinking, like, yeah, I would like, once I actually get like a product for sale, I would definitely be open for other people to do affiliate, to where I would like give them some kind of benefit uh to doing basically affiliate marketing my products. Um let's see. So the AI truth translator for every stock, AI powered vision into corporate promises, where AI decodes CEO speak into plain English. Um Master the markets one earnings call at a time. I like that. The beginner's guide to why stocks actually move. Your personal mentor for quarterly reports. Spot the red flags before the market does. Bridge the gap between financial data and stock price. That explains, I think, that more. Track the plan, trade the reality. Yeah, I don't think beginners would understand that so much, though. The earnings tracker that never forgets a promise. Yeah, it's gonna do more than that, though. So I like bridge the gap between financial data and stock price. I like bridge the gap between financial data and stock price. All right, so the next step is going to be the style MD folder. They're giving me a bunch of code. Or actually, the next step would be to create I'm going to create the folder. So I'm going to go into, and this is the way I was told that professional developers structure their project folders. So I would go into the C drive, and I would go to the dev folder and an apps folder, and then create a new folder and name it the earnings insight, or all lowercase earnings dash insight. All right. So I just created the folder for the earnings insight, and one thing I wanted to start doing is making a style MD. I don't know if it's a file or a folder. I think it's just a file, but essentially I want to start making that. I have a list of guidelines for the style that I'm trying to make it so like each app I'm making follows these same guidelines. Do you think I should create that right now? I was told before that I should create it before I have Claude Code start building the file structure within the folder. Yes, created now. Awesome. Creating a style guide is a power move. In the world of vibe coding, this file acts as the constitution for the project. If I don't see these rules now, the AI might give me a sidebar with rounded corners in one app and like sharp corners in the next. So for this specific setup, using cursor and potentially Claude Code, I actually want to name this file claude.md or cursor rules right now, because once I have this file, I can tell cursor or whatever I'm using to code, read my style guidelines, and then build the file structure for the earnings insight, and then it will build everything, folders, components, and CSS following the exact brand. Okay, that makes sense. So what to put in the style.md, the theme, the typography, the components, the tone, and the text stack. Okay, so create the file in the root folder, but I would just I'll just get the information and then I'll give an app, or I'll give a prompt to Claude Code to have it create it for me. So add the rules. So I'm gonna make sure that I give everything it needs to Gemini to make this. And let's see. Yeah, it looks like just got to give it the information. So I'm going to go and copy and paste the 30-day finance app challenge system rules that I made before, and I was only like copying and pasting this before into whatever LLM I was using. So say now for like Gemini, I was just like copying and pasting this into Gemini and like telling it to like, you know, incorporate this into the plan, but it wasn't being consistent across like all the apps. So then I was like finding out why that was happening, and it was saying that I should do this style.md thing, and then that would make it better. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna copy and paste this, essentially have it give me a prompt to make this file. All right, I just copied the style guide that I have been using for all these apps, and I'm going to paste it here. And also, before you like do anything to create a prompt to create this file, what I want is for you to just look at what I have here so far and let me know if you think that there's anything to add or change for this specific project. But it sounds like this file will be for like all these apps. So I don't know. Let me know what you think. If I shouldn't be looking at this specific project, if I should be adding or changing anything, probably for this project and all future projects. But I will paste it here. So essentially, this is like they're saying it's like the brand DNA. Um, Mostly so when I like, if what I'm doing with which right now, that's kind of what it looks like, is pasting everything together into like one central like platform. So Gemini is recommending 3 additions for the style guide. This will help this specific project and future-proof the rest of the 30 apps. So here's the new addition is the transparency standard. Since this app deals with CEO speak and promises, we need a rule for how to handle sources. So they're saying the rule is source attribution. Every AI generated summary must have a small footer saying data source from SEC Edgar filings, analysis powered by AI. That makes sense. So people understand like the actually the data is coming from the SEC, but like when I'm translating it, that's coming from AI, not from the SEC. So beginners need to know where the info comes from so that they can trust it. That makes sense. The comparison UI for all future history apps. Since earnings insight compares past versus present, you need a consistent way to show change. So the rule is trend indicators when comparing two values. Use a small badge with up arrow for growth. Okay, I see the yellow color looks like, or no, green, yep. So the green color, an up arrow for growth, and then red and a down arrow for decline. It follows the traffic light palette, but adds a directional cue that's easier to read on a small screen. The copy and paste safety net. Since we're doing a hybrid model fetching SEC data, but maybe allowing manual paste, the UI needs to handle ugly data. The rule clean container, any area. Meant for displaying long text or transcripts, must use prompt, prose invert, Tailwind typography, or consistent overflow autobox. This prevents the app from stretching to 5,000 pixels long. If a transcript is huge, it keeps your aha moment, the chart on the screen. So here's the prompt to give the cursor. Saying like I'm initializing the earnings insight, read the attached style.md, or cursor rules for all design and tone guidelines. But I don't have that folder. I guess I gotta have it make the folder first, I think. Here's what I don't understand. The prompt is saying that it should read the attached style.md, but I do not have that yet. So is that something that you can create and that I can like attach it to the prompt, or how do you think is the best way to do that? So yeah, they're saying good thing I caught that. If the file doesn't exist, cursor won't have anything to read. The best way to do this is for me to provide the full text for that file right here. You can think about me, I mean Gemini. I will then create a new file in the project, paste the text in, and save it. Once it's saved to the folder, okay, so it's like a file. It looks like that I'm going to be pasting in each new folder I create. So in the code editor cursor, create a new file in the root of the project and name it stylemd. And then paste this content. I just want to do that in Claude Code though. So here's the prompt. Okay, I'm gonna tell it to recreate that as a prompt for Claude Code. Alright, so I don't really feel like using cursor anymore. Can you create or recreate that prompt for Claude Code and also provide all the information that it needs to create that file? And then in the future, I think I'm guessing I can just copy and paste that file to like a document and then manually just make sure that I add it each time I start a new project. Do you think this is the best way to go about this? Okay, yeah, keep a master document that I copy and paste into each new project. However, Claude Code has a secret feature specifically for this. I can put a claude.md file in the project folder. Claude Code reads this every time I start a session. That's awesome. So I can place the pro way is to place a claude.md file in the home directory. That's like, I'm thinking after the file structure is already created, which I haven't done yet. Claude will load these rules for every project I ever start. I don't know about if I wanted to do that. It becomes a part of Claude's brain. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to. I feel like that's too far over my head because I'm planning on making like other stuff maybe that I wouldn't want it to follow this. So right now I'm just gonna do it like the manual way. Okay, so I'm starting a new project, Earnings Insight. Please create a file named ClaudeMD in the root directory. The file will serve as our strict style guideline for this and future finance apps. Use the following content for that file, and then they want me to like copy and paste the rules for the basically the claude.md folder or file. Yeah, so they created it, and then it just needs to go with that prompt. So to do that, I'm going to, on a different document, copy and paste essentially like the prompt above the file, and then copy and paste them both together and put it into Claude Code to get started. All right, so now I'm switching over to Claude Code or the cursor. So I'm gonna start by closing down yesterday's file or folder, and then and copy and paste the new folder in, which is the Earnings Insight. Then start up the terminal. Then start up Claude Code. Looks like I'm using Opus 4.6 Claude Max. Awesome. Now I will put that prompt in here. And it's getting started. Yeah. Here we go. Starting the build for today. So if you're just getting in, essentially what I did was I started the stream by showing you what I made yesterday. All those apps are in the description. And then I did the research. I explained that I updated my blueprint, my system, with the changes that I made to make the system better. And then I started the blueprint portion. Like I found the number one problem, defined the solution, and created a name and the style MD folder, which is new part of the system. And I just gave Claude Code that MD file, and as you can see, right here. It's showing the file is being created at the project root with the full style guide. This will serve as a strict reference for earnings insight and all future finance apps in the series. Okay. And ready for the next step. So I think next step, they're saying, Gemini is saying, after Claude creates this file, give it a second prompt to build the app. No, I haven't even done the planning. Yeah. So like, okay, here's where I gotta check. Like we run AI. AI doesn't run we. So like it's always gonna try to run me and tell me like how to do it. But as I've done it more and more, I get better at understanding where it's gonna lead me into problems. And then I have to run it to like make sure my vision stays there and make sure I'm doing it in the right process, which is the next thing will be to do a thorough plan. Like I essentially kind of did a plan already, but I want to make sure go over with Gemini that the plan is how I want it to be, make sure it matches my vision perfectly, and then I would break that down into steps and make sure um, it even helps to have it tell Claude Code that like I'm giving you one step at a time. Don't try to get ahead of me, and don't try to create things that you think I would want. Just do what I'm saying one step at a time. So, yeah, I got to tell it right here that that's not the way it's going to go. That goes against my flow. All right, before I give it the next prompt you created, I already had it create the style MD file. Um, Essentially, I want to make sure that the plan matches my vision first, and then I want to break down that plan into steps so that I'm just giving Claude Code one step at a time. And right now, going with the initial plan, go ahead and give me a plan, like a summarized plan that you think is what my vision is based off of what I already told you. Okay, so doing it this way, yeah, doing it this way is going to help avoid hallucinations and keep the AI from getting too creative with the vision. Based on the conversation, here's a summarized vision document for app number 9. Read this over, and if it looks right, we'll use it as the source of truth to feed Claude Code in small steps. So the core vision is a tool for beginner investors that demystifies earnings season. It doesn't just show numbers, it uses AI to act as a truth translator, comparing what a CEO promised in the past to what they delivered today, then showing how that story moved the stock price. The aha moment, the CEO transparency gauge. Within 3 seconds of a search, the user sees a visual needle pointing from evasive to transparent. Evasive meaning jargon heavy, dodging questions, to transparent. Clear plans, hitting goals. So AI is going to essentially like give a read on whether it thinks, I'm guessing that's saying that the CEO is being evasive or being transparent. Um, the high value features, the price to story timeline, a stock chart where the earnings markers act as clickable buttons. So like the earnings will be on the part of the chart historically in the timeline where they happen. A panel that summarizes the transcript. The script is what they wanted you to hear, and the unscripted what they said during the Q&A. We're impressed by analysts. Yeah, so it's a comparison tool that remembers the CEO's guidance from 6 months ago and flags if they actually followed through. The technical blueprint, the how, The data strategy: use Polygon FinHub for the chart and earnings dates. Use the SEC Edgar API to pull the transcripts, press release text for free. The style is use the StyleMD file. AI engine is I'm using Claude and Vercel to process the SEC text into beginner first summaries. Does this plan match the vision? Mostly, I think. So basically, yeah, I got the chart that you can click on the earnings. I want to provide I think one of the main things I don't see here is I want to provide like a bullet point summary of each earnings call. Um, and then also I want to have like basically something that analyzes and gives like a summary of like the overall, maybe like the last year of earnings calls, so that it's like combines all the last year of earnings calls together to give like an overall summary, kind of like, you know, what they actually promised and what actually happened. And I'm kind of wondering what's going to happen. Like, how are they going to know if like they actually delivered on what they promised? So that's going to be an interesting part. All right. So the main thing I see here that doesn't, or that I don't see here that was in my original vision was I want to have something where you can click an earnings call and it will give you a bullet point summary. And then I also want to have like a main box that gives like a summary of all the earnings calls. I'm thinking like over the past year. So let me know if you think these things would be possible. Starting to feel like, yeah, I'm not used to talking so much, and like my voice is starting to get a little scratchy, but I'm just having to kind of like adjust how I'm talking, and it's like, yeah, okay, now I'm getting that's going away. I just gotta like talk the right way so I don't lose my voice. I have not had that happen in so long. But yeah, I'm getting it better. Okay. So this is absolutely possible, and frankly, it's the secret sauce that will make this app actually useful for the stream, or useful for the users, I think, too. Yeah, see, like that was my main kind of vision, and when I asked Jim, like I told it that, but when I asked it, like, what do you think my vision was, it did not add that, and it kind of went and like did its own vision. So adding the two features, the bullet point summary. When you click a marker on the chart for an earnings call, a panel slides out with 3 to 5 high impact bullets. So instead of just summarizing the whole call, we tell the AI extract the 3 biggest wins and the 3 biggest risks mentioned in the specific call. It allows a beginner to travel back in time. They can click a marker from a year ago. You have the main box summary, a dedicated executive summary box at the top or side that looks at the last 4 earnings calls, 1 year of data. This is where the app says over the last 12 months, this company, for example, has consistently hit their revenue goals, but has been increasingly evasive about their profit margins. Um, it's having the app connect the dots in the summaries. So the revised step-by-step plan. First step, the visual shell. Building the layout, the search bar, and the empty chart summary containers. Then they're saying connect the free API to plot the price and the E markers. But I want to try if I can just use fake data at first and connect the API at the end. I'm going to ask what they think. The bullet point logic would be step 3. Build the click to summary feature. Then add the SEC fetcher. And step 4 would be the master summary. Yeah, I like that. And that's essentially like building like the main feature of the app. That's going to like, then I can like just add stuff on from there. And the other thing that I wanted to make sure was added in was what the original problem I'm trying to solve is the solution is so they understand the gap. The analyst the expectation gap. So is the analyst expectation versus the actual result. So a few things. The main thing that I'm not sure that is added in there is the number one problem here is that beginners don't understand the expectation gap. So I want to incorporate something into this app that shows the analyst estimate versus the result. And I'm not sure if that's something I should be doing with like every past earnings call or just like the current or the current earnings call or the most recent earnings call. I'll go with what you suggest. So before I go on to more detail about the plan, let me know about this specific part of the plan, what you think. This is the most alpha feature you can add for a beginner because it solves the number one source of confusion. They're saying show it for every call. Don't just show it for the most recent one. I should show it for every marker on the chart. Why? Because beginners need to see the pattern. That makes a ton of sense. If a stock beats expectations 4 times in a row and the price keeps going up, they learn what a winning streak looks like. If a stock beats expectations but the price goes down, they learn that expectations were too high. So how we visualize it in Earnings Insight, instead of just a boring table, let's make it a scorecard that appears when you click an E marker. So an earnings marker on the chart. Got the visual gap bar, a horizontal bar showing the analyst estimate versus the actual result. If the bar passes the line, green means they beat it, red means they missed it. The market reaction stat right next to that bar show the stock price change 24 hours after that specific call, the AI context, the one sentence AI insight explaining the gap. Is this data available for free? Yes, on FinHub. Awesome. And it gives me for the last year, just like I was trying to do. That's awesome. Now they'll adjust the coding plan to include the surprise data in the foundation. Does this pattern recognition approach sound like it hit the vision? Yes. Before I start with that first prompt, I want you to give me a step-by-step outline for the plan so far. Here's the blueprint. All right, phase 1, the UI shell and visual aha moment. Let's see, phase 2, the price action timeline. This is the part I might change if I do the APIs here or at the end. And that's also saying to do like the chart with the earnings marked on the charts. Then the expectation gap and pattern tracker. Why did the stock drop on good news? I'm not really, yeah, I want to change that because, uh, like, I don't know, you don't really know that news is essentially why something dropped. It could have just been that the overall market dropped or went up. And one of the main things I'm trying to provide for beginners with these apps is like cutting through the hype. And I know in like the financial media, there's so much hype. Like they're always trying to say they know for sure why a price went up or down when at the end of the day, unless they talk to the person who or the people who made the buys or the sells that caused the price to do that, I mean, they're just taking a guess, I feel like. And usually they're pretty right with, and I mean, I don't know, just but like usually they're pretty accurate with understanding like the market and what's going on in the news that's causing the market to do stuff. But I mean, they don't know unless they actually talk to a person. It could have just been like somebody decided like, they wanted to sell it and had nothing to do with any of that stuff going on. And it was a big like whale and they sold and it had nothing to do with any of that. And they're just trying, and the media is always going to try to act like, oh yeah, this happened because of this, when a lot of times I feel like they don't know, and that can get beginners in trouble. So I got to add that part. So then we got the AI Truth Translator. This is for the SEC Edgar API. Um, Fetch the earnings form text for a specific date, and then generate 3 bullet points for the script versus the reality. Then we got the master summary at the end. It's going to connect all the dots over the last year, synthesize all 4 quarters of data into the main box summary, identify broken promises, like, they promised growth in quarter 1, but have been silent about it since, with a final transparency footer with source attribution. So I think the main thing now is all right, so in the past I had been installing the API keys, more towards the beginning of the project. And last time I was doing a project, I was advised by you that what professionals do is that they'll use mock data to set everything up, and then they will hook up all the API keys at the end. Do you think that that is a better strategy for this build, or do you think I should go with your original plan to put in the API keys, according to what step I'm working on that would deal with that data? They're saying for a live stream, sticking with the mock data first strategy is 100% the better move. Um, Here's why professionals do this and why it's specifically better. They're giving me reasons why. All right, but I just want to know. So you're telling me this is better for a live stream, but I just have a question in regards to how, like, would a professional do this, not considering if it was a live stream? All right. They're saying in a professional corporate environment, the mock first approach is actually the gold standard. Well, that answers my question then. All right. I want you to create a new updated outline of steps for this entire plan. So we got the design foundation, the interactive timeline, the deep dive and master summary, the brain of the app, build the text processing UI for the beginner friendly summaries, the data swap the engine, replace the fake data with live market information, and then fine tune the AI logic and error handling. All right, so now I'm going to copy and paste this into a document so that I can more easily refer to it while I'm working. And that way, a lot of times, like the LLM will, the farther I go down a chat, it might not remember exactly what it was doing. So, an hour from now, if I just say like, give me a prompt for phase 2, it might not remember exactly what it said before and then give me something a little different. But if I copy and paste, here's phase 2, give me a prompt for phase 2, then I find that I get much better data. So copy phase 1. Okay, before I start with the prompt for phase 1, do I still need to have Claude Code create the files in this folder? I think the only file it made so far is that Claude MD. Let me know what you think. I'm gonna check to see. Yeah, that's the only folder in there so far. So yeah, good thing I got that system set. A good thing I checked it because I also did not do the PRD file. So yeah, I definitely want to do PRD file. So whatever it's gonna tell me, I don't know if it's frozen or not. Usually it would tell me an answer by now. But that's cool because I forgot to ask about the PRD file. Before I go into starting the plan, what is the order I should do with creating a PRD file and creating the file structure in this new folder? The only file here so far is the Claude MD file. So in a professional workflow, the PRD always comes before the file structure. Awesome. So right now I should create the prd.md. So yeah, I planned it. I broke it down into steps. And now I'm doing the PRD. Okay. Doing it in the right order of my system. So basically I can give this file to Claude Code to say, read this PRD in the style guide, then suggest the best file structure. Awesome. So you want like the problem, the solution, the feature list, and the user flow. Create the file structure second. Yeah, I'm gonna create a prompt for Claude Code to generate a professional PRD based on the vision. Yeah, getting better every day. And I've noticed the main updates I've made to this system is adding things to minimize problems later and to keep everything on track. Um, and not only that, but doing it in a way that's professional, that like, you know, professional coders would do it this way most likely. All right, so I feel like Gemini. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's just getting slower. Must be this chat's getting longer. So I've used this chat for I think like 2 apps now, and I'm noticing it's starting to slow down a little bit. But it's also like this chat has like got me pretty on point for not going off into other stuff, and it understands like what I'm trying to do. So for right now, I'm thinking this is the last app that I'll do on this chat, and then I'll just set up a new chat for the next one. But yeah, it's so much easier doing building something on a chat that has already been kind of seasoned with like the information that I want, instead of just like starting a new chat and then like telling it what I'm trying to build. It doesn't understand my vision as well. It doesn't understand the process as well. So before we write a single line of code, we're going to have Claude generate a product requirements document. And this is how the pros ensure the app actually solves the problem it's supposed to. So I just gotta give them this prompt. Project overview, the problem, the solution, core features, ticker search, transparency gauge, interactive timeline, AI truth translator, yearly master summary, the technical strategy, the APIs I'm using, and the user flow, the search ticker, the sentiment gauge, explore the earnings history on the chart, and then read the AI summary. Okay. This is my vision. So now I feel like I feel like we're on the same page. All right. Claude is running. Sit down for a minute. All right, looks like it finished that quick. It's awesome. Summary of what's in the prd.md. Just making sure it matches what I gave it. ready to move into implementation whenever I am. Awesome. Oh yeah, so what I want to do for you is to show you the actual file that I just created. Let's see, so show the files. So we got the project overview, the problem, solution, the core features, transparency gauge, interactive earnings timeline, truth translator, yearly master summary, technical strategy. Phase 1 is mock data. Phase 2, live API integration. Phase 3 is the AI layer. I don't think I've ever done that in an app before, to integrate an LLM to generate the truth translator summaries. So that'll be learning something new too. Key interaction details and success criteria. So that's that. And here's like the Claude MD folder or file, much smaller. This is what I'll give it, I think, for like each app each beginner finance app I'm doing, so that they all have the same vibe. All right, awesome. Now I'm ready for the file structure prompt. So I'm based on the PRD, MD, and Claude MD files, please initialize the file structure for the Earnings Insight app. And then important, I'm adding at the end, do not build the full UI logic yet, just the skeleton and the mock data file. Yeah. So by running this, Claude Code will likely list out all the files it's creating. And then you can see how organized it is. We should have a folder for components, a folder for data, and a clean entry point. This is how you prevent a project from becoming spaghetti code as it grows. And I have no idea. I gotta look up what spaghetti code means. And you can see like the red usually means it ran into some kind of issue. So I'm just trying to understand what the problem was that it's trying to fix. Wants to back up the docs and clear the directory. Okay, what is spaghetti code? Oh, okay, they're saying it's like cooked spaghetti is usually all tangled up together. So, like, spaghetti code is a computer source code that encodes control flow that is convoluted and therefore hard to understand. So what you want is program execution in ways that have quality of structure. And if it doesn't have that, if it's all twisted and tangled, the code tends to be harder to maintain. That would make sense to me. Okay, now I know what they mean. Going with the flow and learning as I go. So, yeah, it's all about the vibes, building what I like. The vibes can flow, and I know that if I were like trying to actually learn the coding languages and do it myself, it would be like much harder to just like flow with the vibes because I'd be spending so much time writing code and fixing bugs. But this way it just flows and it's just like the vibes keep coming and like attracts like. So like your thoughts and feelings act as like a vibrational signal that are gonna draw matching experiences into your life. So essentially what I'm doing here is like my thoughts and basically my vibes for this and these apps that I'm doing is like providing as much value as I can, as I possibly can to like my audience, to the people using these apps, and my goal is that million. So essentially, the more my vibes are based on like providing value, massive value to other people, the more of that vibe I should get back. And as far as value, so that I can build up the business and automate it and hopefully hire someone else to run those automations and just be the CEO and flow and learn as I go. It's like the more I know, the more I get, and the more the vibes build, and the more the thing is just set right. So I'm just gonna keep trying to build more and more for sure as I go along, and so essentially, like it's all about like going with the flow, right? So like being positive about stuff, um, having the belief that this is gonna happen, and staying positive. Usually, what I've found is like keeps the flow going and keeps the ideas coming through. So I know for the next step what to do, and I can help you and anybody else that's listening or using these apps. Basically, so I try to avoid like doubt. Try to avoid people that aren't gonna be sending me positivity. Like in the past I found myself trying to like maybe change their mind or engage with them, but now I realize the best thing to do is to just like only keep my focus on the positivity. And I learned a long time ago with business, like I could try to help people, and even if I find like a business opportunity that's like in my opinion like can't fail, and I see people that are just like struggling with like a job or something they don't like or whatever it could be, and I'll tell them my like opportunity and like how I think it could help them and how it's like this is way easier than what you're doing at your current job and you can make way more money. Like when I first started doing business and I would like figure this stuff out and I would try to help like people I knew, in my opinion, I'm like, oh, as soon as they hear this, they're gonna like want to do it. And most people are just gonna like, what I found is like maybe 80% of people will just be like, come up with reasons like why they think it's not gonna work. And they'll just try to sit there and like tell me why no, it worked for me, but it won't work for them. And then maybe, like 20% of those people, maybe 10% will be like, yeah, that sounds awesome. Like, I want to do that. And then maybe like, maybe like, 30% of those people will get started, but maybe like actually 10% of those people will actually like keep doing it for more than like, a couple weeks. So what I found is like, I just keep building what I'm building and stay positive. And then if people, whoever like wants to learn, whoever comes to me and is like, yeah, I want to learn how to do this, who's ever watching this, gives me advice, that's the kind of interacting I want to do. Like the right people will find me. I'm realizing that now. Like I don't have to go out and like, go against the flow to let people know like what's going on and try to like, find the right people. But I just let that happen automatically and it will. And I just got to put myself in like a place where like everything I want is already here. And essentially it is because like I already have the knowledge to build what I want to build and what I'm trying to build. And I mean, I already feel like this is like, $1 million idea. I feel like this is $1 million flow. I feel like just got to keep working on it and I enjoy the process so much that I'm not, like getting that money is not really what motivates me. It's more like going through this process and building things that help people and hearing from people that I'm creating value for them. So it's all about like feeling like I did it already, like putting myself in that mindset like this is already done. Like I've already like this is already set. There's no reason to worry or fret. So I can just keep on doing what I'm doing and feel good and positive. And anybody that, any kind of a negativity that comes to me, I just won't feed into it. I just stay on the right path, the positive path. And yeah, mindset. Since like I started this channel, it was all about mindset. And I'm combining everything. It's like the mindset, the business information, the business knowledge, how to structure a business. Now essentially like building these tools that can be a business or be a part of a business to make the business even better. So I'm like learning the next step that goes with like the overall flow of what I already know. So yeah, feel like one thing. So like breaking it down, like I think the most important thing when it comes to like if whether a business is successful or not is going to be the mindset of the person running it, right? Like, are you doing it right? All that stuff. Like, yeah, that will come. But like, if you don't have the right mindset, like, you're not. It's going to be much more difficult for you to like get everything to work and like know the next step. When you have the right mindset, it's like the right answers and the next step will just come to you at the right time, and you'll serve the right people. And then it comes to what's the most important part when it comes to business. A business staying in business is like making money. And what's the most important part when it comes to making money? And that is marketing. But this is brand new. So I'm just like really just getting started on this challenge and that will all come later. So for right now, I'm just getting ready to build out the components whenever I want to start. So yeah, Let's see. Check the sidebar, make sure the folders look right. Yeah, that looks pretty much like how every other file structure for every other app I've made has looked. And I won't know till the end if adding these new files, the PRD and the Claude MD, like how much of an impact it made, how much of a difference it made. But yeah, for right now, I like what I've done. I like the changes I've made to the process. So I want to put going back to the original plan. I'm gonna copy and paste phase 1. I'm about to paste phase 1 of the plan here. Create a prompt for phase 1. Okay, this app is about to go from a folder list to a high-end financial dashboard. To make sure Claude Code gets the transparency gauge exactly right, use the prompt below. Let's build the phase 1, and I'm always reading these prompts to make sure that they align with my vision. I'd say a lot of times they don't, and I have to make changes. And it's way easier to read the prompt, make changes before I give it to Claude Code than to have Claude Code build something I don't want and then have it change it. So implement the main layout, place the search header at the top, and set up the 2-column grid. Left column will be a large card for the price timeline. And then the right column will be a card for the yearly master summary. And then build the transparency gauge component. Use a framer motion to animate a semicircle arc, kind of like I had. I'm guessing that's kind of like I had for the last app, like a gauge with a score. Okay, so after reading this prompt, the main thing I'm wondering is where does the stock chart play into all this? After reading this prompt, I have a question. Where does the stock chart play into all this? And is that something that should be a part of this prompt or a prompt later? Stock chart is the backbone of the app, but according to our professional blueprint, it belongs in phase 2. Awesome. So yeah, this is good for phase 1, step 1, whatever I want to call it. So I'm going to use this prompt. And there's a good last kind of like guideline that says verify that the layout is mobile responsive. So like stacking the columns on small screens. And here we go. More water. So they're saying for basically what I'm doing, Gemini's explaining it to me like a 3 second rule. And they're using that analogy for like the reason we're building the gauge first is the 3 second rule. A beginner investor shouldn't have to read a 50-page PDF to know if a CEO is being honest. They should see the needle move and get the vibe, and then look at the data to see why. Yep, that is the plan. I want people who use these apps to be able to get what they came to get in like 3 seconds, so they can just click a button and the main solution to their main problem should be solved in like 3 seconds, like 3 to 5 seconds. So then if they want to like scroll down and get a better understanding, as to like why they got that explanation, the specific explanation that they see, then they can do that. But just like all financial tools, like the more you use it, the more you understand it. The more you understand it, the less time in the future that you're going to need to take to use it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, just reading what's going on. Trying to understand better how Claude Code is working and the process it's taking. That's why I manually have it continue each time it asks me, instead of just clicking it to automatically do everything. Looks like it's done. Ready to run. Everything's running clean. Here's what phase 1 delivers, the layout. The background, the 2-column responsive grid, the second row is the truth translator, transparency gauge, large centered score display, and supporting components. There's a search header, price timeline, and summary card. So I think ready to do a local test. All right, Claude Code has completed the work for phase 1. I'm guessing this is where I should do the first local test. Let me know what you think I should do next. This is the moment of truth for any developer. Before I move to phase 2, I need to verify that the skin of the app looks right. So npm run dev. And I will pull up in the browser what I got so far. Once it gives me the local URL. And then if this looks good so far, I will start the GitHub saving process so that it's like saved at this point in time in case the next step does some kind of like problem that I could go back to this step. Now I'm starting to get ahead of myself though. So Control C. All right. See how I can make this sound even better. Get to where I'm at first. Let's go over to the browser. Here we go. See if it works so far. Yeah, so far it's doing what it said it did, I think. Try Apple. Oh, that's awesome. Of course, this is like fake data. Yearly summary, like the track record. Did it hit earnings? I think that's what that's doing. Truth translator. Oh, wow, awesome. Yes, I can tell my process is getting so much better to where it's like it is being so much more accurate of what I actually want to see from like what I'm telling it. And I know that, I mean, I don't know, but my guess is like 100% is because I'm creating a better system each time and I'm learning from my mistakes as I go with each app and then using that to like refine my system so that the process just goes smoother each time. Yeah, I really that CEO transparency gauge looks kind of strange to me, but I think that I just need to wait and see how the future is going to be in regards to getting real data in there. So once I get real data, then I think it'll make more sense, and then I could just go back and change it then. But for right now, yeah, feeling good about it, what it's doing. This one is I could definitely see too, like this one's way more complicated than any other tool I built, and that's what I want to do. I want to keep getting more complicated with these. All right, I'm good so far. So I see the gauge animation, see the traffic light colors, the red, gold, and green. See the grid. See a big empty card for the chart. It even shows like the E markers on the chart show where the earnings are for that quarter. So the people should be able to just click on like the markers and then get like a summary of that specific earning. Or maybe now that I'm seeing the setup, maybe I'm changing my vision on that. But that's an easy thing to change at the end. I'm thinking that might be like unnecessary extra data with an extra card that would like push these out of the way. But I don't know. I'll just have to wait to see how it goes, see how it flows, and then I'll know. Right now, I'm not even gonna think about that. All right. Yeah, everything looks good for where it's supposed to be. Time to move to phase 2. That's what I'm about to do. All right. I think that everything looks good for phase 1 on the local host site for the app. So I'm about to paste the original plan for phase 2 here, and I want you to create a prompt to give to Claude Code. Um, yeah, I've got to check it sometimes too, because instead of Claude Code, when I say that, it's been translating as like clogged code or cloud code. And usually it's not a problem, but I've noticed sometimes it takes it literally and it's like trying to clog the code or like put the code in the cloud, and I'm like, why are you doing that? And they're like, well, you keep saying clogged code, and I'm like, oh no. So like make sure if you're speaking to the AI that it's for like major words that it's that have a huge impact on your project, that it's getting it right. All right, so I just copied and pasted phase 2, step 2 into Gemini, and Gemini's just wrote me a prompt. This is where the goal for this phase is to make the chart interactive. Since I've already verified the layout, this prompt will focus on technical implementation of recharts and the custom tooltip that solves the expectation gap. Install dependencies. Not already present, install recharts. Build the price timeline. Implement a responsive line chart. I usually like candlestick charts, but I think think for this one that is not necessary. Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, line chart's totally fine for this one. Um, if it were like dealing with like support and resistance or like moving averages, then I think I would use candlestick because then the wicks would matter. But it's not saying how many. Like, is this like a 1 year chart or like a 5 year chart? So I'm guessing it's 1 year chart. I just want to make sure before I give it the prompt. Then add the E markers that show where the earnings took place on the chart in regards to what the date was for each specific earning icon. And the expectation gap tooltip. This is critical. Create a custom tooltip component that appears when hovering over an E marker. Oh, that's how. Yeah, see, like last time I was like, I don't know if that should be done, but if all it does is like all you have to do is hover over it and it shows up, that is money. I was thinking if you had to click it and it like showed up below, that would be confusing. Well, yeah, it's like it knew that already. Use two horizontal bars to compare estimates versus actual. Um, and this is where when you hover it over it, what it's going to show. So when you hover, it'll show the date and the quarter. Two horizontal bars to compare the estimate versus the actual. And then show the surprise percentage and the stock's price move 24 hours later. So then integration replaced the placeholder in app/page with this new price timeline component. Sure, the tooltip is styled with certain colors and border codes to match the rest of the app. Awesome. I'm going to give it this prompt. Go back into the code. Or wait, I should push this to GitHub first. Yeah, let me actually ask. I was just thinking now might be a good time to start the GitHub product or process and save where it is right now. What do you think? Perfect time. In fact, professionals often refer to this as a milestone commit. I just finished the visual skeleton. Actually, I didn't do phase 2 yet, but if I accidentally break the app while building the complex AI logic in phase 3, so they're saying, yeah, we just reached a stable build, but this thinks that I already gave it the second prompt. The AI does, but I haven't. So I think I'll give it. It's saying it's better to do it after the second one. Yeah, I don't see any problem in that. Usually, I wasn't even saving till the very end. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give it this prompt, and then if everything works right, then I'm going to. Whoa, it just automatically pulled up the local host on here, and I don't know why. All right, so I just gave it the prompt for phase 2, and as soon as I hit enter for that prompt, it pulled up the localhost window in cursor, and I have not seen it do that before, so I'm wondering why did it just do that? It's a pro feature of Claude Code, kicking it into high gear. When I give it the phase 2 prompt, it included installing dependencies and building a visual component. Claude Code detected that you're in web development flow. So here's why it opened that window. Claude Code is designed to be context aware. It knows that a price timeline is something you can't just read in code, you have to see it. So by opening that window, it's saying, I've made the changes, now look at the result immediately. Except, yeah, it's still making the changes. And I want my audience to be able to see better what's going on with the code part of it. So, like, that was the main thing. I was like, whoa, what is this doing? It's taken away from showing the code. So, dependency verification, I asked it to install recharts. It likely ran npm install and then npm run dev in the background. Visual debugging, if the chart didn't render correctly, like if a library was missing or a Tailwind class was wrong, see the error in that window instantly. Save me the step of having to alt tab back to the browser. But I mean, that's like nothing. Recharts is already installed. I'll build the full interactive timeline component now. So after it's done, I'm like verifying what it did, that it did what I asked it to. I want to see, is the chart there with the price line? Do I see the E markers? And if I hover over a marker, does the tooltip appear? Okay. It's finding errors and asking me if it wants me to have them go fix it, and I do. All right. Okay. Yeah, hopefully the volume is working how it's supposed to be. Um I think at this point, like it was fine last time when I watched the video from last time and I didn't change any settings. And I know before if I like turned it up too high, it would like get really out of whack and like start scratching and stuff like that. So yeah, let me know you guys if you can't hear me, and I'll keep working with it. But I think right now um it's probably all right. Okay, dev server is ready. I'm gonna change the local host to 3001. So that's what I'm gonna do. So go into the browser, change it to 3001. Try Apple. Yeah, awesome. So then I hover over that, and you can see that. And this is all the same. All right, yeah. Yes, I like It's so awesome to see like this process get better every day, and to see I can build stuff better, quicker. Yeah, this is cool. I'm really like really feeling in the flow, really feeling like I know what I'm doing and like should keep pursuing. So, guess on to the next step. Um Next step will be pushing to GitHub, creating a GitHub for sure. Before I do like the brain type stuff. Alright. Gotta open up GitHub. A new repository. This one called the one I named Earnings Insight. And it's earnings translator tool for beginners, I'm gonna say. Stock earning. And we'll create the repository. And then they gave me a URL. So I'm gonna give Claude Code a prompt with this URL to send what we got so far to GitHub for this repository. All right. So the prompt they gave me is instead of providing the URL, it says check if a remote origin is set. If not, let me know so I can provide the URL. I'm gonna just see what happens when I do that. See if it will work without it. It never has before, but hey, never know. So it's saying has certain nodes, but it's missing a .env entry. Okay, that's one thing though. It's saying there's no secrets, no node modules, and no .next. So that's what I'm wondering. Like, I will have secrets on this later when I put in the API keys, and it should know that. So if it's like gonna post everything, yeah, that's what I gotta ask Gemini. So I've never done this process before where I put in the API keys at the end, and I just gave Claude Code the prompt to save my progress to GitHub. I created a repository in GitHub, but the prompt doesn't have the URL in it. It just says, let me know if a remote origin is set. If not, I will provide the URL then. So I noticed that what Claude Code is doing is it is essentially saying it's all clean, no secrets, no node modules, and no .next file. So usually there would be secret, files there for the API, but I have not created those yet. Is this going to be a problem that I should be addressing right now? It's not a problem at all. This is exactly what clean development looks like. Because I haven't created the .env file or the API keys yet, I have zero risk of accidentally leaking secrets to GitHub right now. I'm in the safest possible position. That's cool. So yeah, I'll just click to continue this. Right now, I'm pushing a public safe version of the app. If someone were to find the GitHub repo today, they could download it and run it instantly because it uses mock data. There's no missing keys preventing it from working. Okay, yeah, it's Claude Code wants to know my URL, so I'm gonna give it that. All right, do I want to proceed with that URL? For earnings insight, making sure it's the right one. Yep. So once this push is successful, the code is backed up. And this just got me to some questions I have about GitHub essentially. Oh yeah, what I want to do is I want to refresh GitHub and see that it's showing files, list of files, so I know it's connected. That's awesome. Before phase 3, I just thought of some random questions in regards to GitHub. Essentially, I've been making all these apps public. What is the difference between making an app or something that I build public or private? And what is the general like professional view on what to do in regards to that decision? So public, the portfolio strategy. Anyone on the internet can see, download, and fork your code. The professional view for this is the content creators and job seekers. Public is king. It provides you it proves that I actually wrote the code. It serves as a proof of work. The benefit, it allows me to contribute to the open source community. For the stream, it's amazing because the viewers can follow along, catch bugs, or even suggest features via pull requests. If I accidentally hardcode an API key, which we are avoiding, the whole world has it in seconds. So that's the risk. And then if you look at private, the intellectual property strategy. So that's if I have it private, only me and the people I specifically invite can see the code. This is used for stealth startups or proprietary algorithms. If I think I've discovered a secret sauce for trading that no one else has, I keep it private. So, I mean, this isn't for trading, but I think this is for like I don't know of anything else that exists like this. That's what I'm wondering. Like, but essentially, like abundance mindset, like I shouldn't be worried about someone stealing or copying it because they could just like look at what it does and like have it design the same thing. So I just need to make sure that I'm the one that's like, if it's open really, then that shows that like it shows the date, it shows I'm the first one that did this. And over time, people will see that and realize like, okay, this is the guy that's actually like making the tools that other people are copying. And that's just a part of business. Like if something works, like expect that somebody's going to try and copy you for the most part. So it's just abundance, like not worried about people stealing my stuff. Like there's enough ideas out here for everybody. Um, so the risk is its invisible value. It doesn't help the green squares, the activity heat map, show up on the public or potential recruiters, sponsors. So I don't really understand that part. That's what I want to know more about. Since I'm building these on stream and building a brand around this, keep it public, transparency, collaboration, and safety. Uh, if I keep it public, professionals usually add these three things to make the repo look high end. A readme.md. We'll do this at the end. Okay, so that should be on my should be on my plan. Okay. Explain more about like building a fantastic portfolio and the benefits to that. And you were talking about it would help the GitHub green squares activity heat map and show up to the public or potential recruiters or sponsors. So I don't really understand this. So explain to me what this is about. So, like a PDF resume tells people you can code, a GitHub portfolio shows them exactly how I think, how consistent I am, and how I handle complex projects like this one. The heat map, every GitHub profile, there's a grid of 365 squares representing the last year. A gray square, I didn't save any code that day. A green one, I committed code, opened a PR or fixed a bug. The darker the green, the more work I did. Why recruiters love it. It proves consistency. And I'm not trying to prove anything, especially to this is not for getting hired, I guess. A recruiter would much rather hire someone who has light green squares 4 days a week than someone who has one dark green burst once every 6 months. So I would want to ask, what does that have to do with running a business? Showcasing to recruiters and sponsors. Think of this as like a gallery, like an art gallery. For recruiters, when you apply for a high paying dev role, which I have no plans on doing, the lead engineer will click your GitHub link. They aren't looking for perfect code, they're looking for professional habits. Does this person use PRDs? Do they use git ignore? Are their commit messages clear? For sponsors, if I continue streaming, companies like Vercel, Superbase, or FinHub look for advocates. If they see you building high quality apps using their tools in public, they're much more likely to reach out with sponsorship deals or early access. So that's more for the business. That makes sense then. I see. Okay. Most people graduate college or boot camps with the same generic to do list or weather app. Wow. Um, your advantage, you're building the earnings insight. It handles financial data, uses AI for sentiment analysis, has a specific design theme, makes me uniquely hireable. I'm not. Instead of saying I know how to react, you can say I build a tool that visualizes the expectation gap in corporate earnings. Uh, so that's not me personally, but if you're trying to learn this for a part of a career path, then it makes sense why you would want to make like GitHub, like think of it like your art gallery. People would want to hire you, would look at that. So by keeping it in public, I'm signaling that I'm open for business. Um, Random people might look for bugs and then try to fix them. This is how professional networks are built. Might end up collaborating with a senior dev from across the world just because they saw your code and liked the idea. So since I just pushed to GitHub, I can actually add a profile README, a special repo named after my username that features the best work. I don't need to do that right now. I'll wait till I have like probably the 30 apps done. Um, Profile README for GitHub. Take a note of that. Okay, yeah, I guess that's I have a much better understanding of why they even had that option in the first place now. I was just going with it like yeah, it really doesn't matter that much. But now I know. Now I don't have to like wonder each time. So, yeah, looks like phase 3 where I want to be. What I want to see is the deep dive and master summary. So this is the brain. The goal is to build the text processing UI for the beginner-friendly summaries. I'm gonna build the truth translator panel, the yearly master summary box, and transparency footer. Okay, awesome. I'm about to paste the original phase 3 list, and I want you to create a prompt for me to give to Claude Code. All right. Yeah. This is where we turn the raw data into a story that a beginner can actually understand. We're building the containers for the AI's wisdom. Since we're still in mock first mode, we want the UI to look like the AI has already analyzed the text. This allows us to perfect the typography and the vibe before we start paying for API tokens. Yeah, all right. So we got let's build phase 3. Here's the prompt. Refer to the PRDMD and StyleMD. The truth translator panel, create a component. Should be a deep dive view that appears when an earnings marker is selected. Use a 2-column layout or a split test. The script, blue-gray, what the company wants you to hear, the reality. Red, what the AI decoded from the Q&A. Use Tailwind for clean bullet points. The yearly master summary box. This sits in the right-hand column of our main grid. Should synthesize the big picture over the last 12 months. Add a broken promise tracker, a small section highlighting one thing they said they do versus what actually happened. Not so sure if that is part like like that was kind of my vision and kind of something that they wanted to add. So I think I'm gonna have them do it, and then later, if it just doesn't flow with what I was thinking, then I'll just remove it or change it. So a transparency footer, add a small muted footer. Um, for earnings transcripts and mock data expansion. Update the mock data to include long form strings for these summaries, make them sound like a helpful financial analyst talking to a friend. Ensure that clicking an E marker on the price timeline updates the truth translator panel with that specific quarter's data. So this is the part where I'm going to explain the context gap. Data is just numbers, but the truth translator is the why. We're designing this so that when you click a date, the app actually tells you, hey, the CEO was really nervous about their debt here, and that's why the stock tanked 2 days later. Yeah, I can change that later. Like I was saying before, I want to stay away from saying that, like claiming that I know exactly why something happened, especially something that hasn't happened yet. It shouldn't be trying to like make definitive um guesses. Everything should be, and this is something I think I would probably want to add to those files that I made in the beginning. The prd.md and style.md, to make sure it knows that like I'm not trying to say anything is 100%, that this is all just like more information on what's more likely to happen. But anyways, yeah, that's, I'm starting to realize like a lot of these like smaller things, it's better to like just fix it at the end. It's just like the main vision. I want to make sure that these prompts stay right with that. Okay, switching back over to the code. Yeah. So yeah, remember like contrast is very valuable, right? Like every time I have something that I don't want, or something happens that I think is like I've been wronged by the world or the universe, or like, this is like bad luck or something like that. Um it's not really, I shouldn't be looking at these things as failures or negative. Everything should be like abundance, like it came to me to help me to clarify what I want in life, right? So like every time a negative experience happens, this should really like give me a new understanding on what it is that I actually want. And then I can incorporate that and focus on that and just be grateful for everything. Be grateful that, you know, negative things happen, even though it's difficult sometimes. Um, because it will set me on a new course to get to what I want. So like if nothing bad ever happened in life, then it's like probably just be like coasting along the same level, never really level up. And um it's all different. Some people, a negative thing happens to them. It's all mindset, right? Like is just like work, like hard work to some people is easy. One person might think something's like difficult, another person might think it's easy. Um the same event can happen to multiple people. One person thinks like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Another person thinks it's like the end of the world. But your mind is so powerful, whatever kind of like value or so I'm starting to like think of my mind working in like the way that like code works. like like uh like programming your mind like the way you'd program like an app or a website. So it's like, one person might get that, have a certain thing happen and program their mind to be like, this is horrible, like this is the end of my life, like this ruined my life. Um and it just like sets them back, like, like really far back, and they like either takes a very long time to get back on track or they never do. And another person can just see that and be like, okay, no big deal. This is just something I needed to go through till I get to the next step. Um, and they'll just like not even take any kind of like hit, right? Like they'll just see it as like, okay, you know, it's not what I wanted to happen, but it's gonna lead me to what I want. And then they just keep on instantly look at it like, okay, so what do I want to learn from this? Like, what do I want to improve in the future, and where do I want to be because of this? Like, how do I avoid this from happening again? And then they can like update their vision and update the mission and keep on flowing and keep on going. Keep on knowing that they're always on the right path and that everything is it's all abundance. Um so yeah, and I'm always talking about like, staying on the path of least resistance, like finding like these businesses, right? These business ideas, like the majority of the businesses and business ideas basically that I've tried to start have not worked out. And looking back, I think the best way to know if, like, looking back, the ones that have worked out the best are the ones that I'm like happy about, that are flowing, that when I started, like, I enjoy the process and I'm excited about where it's going, and I'm not hitting that many obstacles, like at least obstacles that I can't like get past. Like, I mean, looking at this, like every single day I've been able to complete the app. Every single day I've ran into problems. Some days, like, I was really like wondering whether or not I'd be able to solve them, but I always did. And yeah, I can see that this is like the path is flowing, and I'm happy about it. Like I'm acting out of a place where my mindset is already like, I'm really happy about this, and I'm really grateful to like the world, the universe, whatever it is, to God, to whatever you want to call it, that these ideas came to me and that I'm acting on them, and that yeah, I'm happy about this. I'm not like, like, oh man, like this is going to take a lot of work, like this is not going to be fun, like, going into something with that kind of mindset, um or like even just like I'm just doing this to like make money, like I think this could like make me rich, but like I don't really like it and I don't really like focus on the value that I'm providing, then that's gonna more likely be a failed business in my opinion. So gonna check out the new updates. It says it's done. It's gonna be fun. And switch back to the browser. Update the local host because it changed the URL. There we go. Test Apple. So now I want to be checking for to make sure that last prompt was implemented right. I want to check for an e-marker. When I click an e-marker, does the text in the truth translator change? So I can hover over it. It'll show me that, but when I click it, No, it doesn't seem like it does. So what it's doing is like I'm clicking is how I thought I programmed it. So I click the E, but when I hover over it, it shows the info. But the truth translator has like Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4, where you have to click to show what the Q1 is and show what the Q2 is. But I was thinking you would click it up here, and that's not that big of a deal. But I think either what I'd want to do is show that, like indicate like where on the chart each E that stands for earnings report, what quarter that it's for. Because this is kind of confusing for beginners, I think, I don't know if they're gonna like know which one corresponds with what. So that's one thing to fix that I feel like I'd want to fix now. Readability. Is the font size and spacing comfortable? Beginners hate walls of text, so ensure the bullet points have plenty of breathing room. Um, yeah, it seems like that to me. Looks like maybe the script is not aligned with the reality. Plain English breakdown. Um, and then consistency. Does the yearly summary on the right stay visible when you explore the individual markers? So, yeah, the big picture. Broken promise tracker. I don't know. I mean, these, like, this is supposed to be mock data, but this seems like I haven't followed Apple that much, but it's talking about like Tim Cook said AI would differentiate Apple by the holiday season, but actually no major AI product shipped for the holidays. Only 12% of top apps adopted Apple Intelligence APIs. So I don't know, this is supposed to be mock, but it seems kind of. But yeah, that's interesting. This is like, I'm just like surprising myself the last few apps. Like, I'm just like, I had no idea this was possible. Like, there's so much you can do with this. And, if I had made those first few apps, the easy apps, and just set a goal to try and make things better each time, I would not have been able to start with an app like this. This would have been like way too difficult. I would have been like just so confused. Like, I would have never even had the vision to do something like this, that it's possible. And that's huge with like with understanding, and for like especially a business with coding. I remember when I was first researching this stuff, and some of the like the OGs, the people that were really like good coders that like are now entering the AI world, and they're implementing this for what I'm trying to do for like businesses. They're all saying like you got to know what's capable, because then you can like look at a business and look what needs to be done and understand what the AI is capable of doing, and then draw up like a blueprint for that specific like business function that you're trying to like automate and innovate. And that all starts with knowing what's possible and having that experience of like doing stuff to know. Because basically like if you look at other businesses that would want to implement AI, like they don't understand AI. Like a huge like benefit to all this beyond the coding is understanding AI and what it's capable of, because You really have to work with it. And if you have this understanding, like a better understanding, even if you're an employee and you just want to stay an employee and you don't want to start any kind of business, you could look at your own like workplace. And I would pretty much imagine if you understand what AI is capable of better than anybody else in your company or your like division of your company, that is probably going to give you more value to your actual company than like anything else at this point in time and in the future. So, yeah, there's so much value here in so many ways for people. Um, anyways, back to where I was at. I want to let it know that it did some of the things a little bit different from um what my vision was. Okay, so I gotta say where it didn't come through on what it said it was gonna do. All right. All right, there are a few small things here that I noticed that aren't working how I think I was asking it how to work. So first off, when I click an E marker, nothing happens. When I hover over it, it shows me the data like I originally planned it to show. But when I click it, nothing changes in the truth translator. In the truth translator, there is a small box for Q1 2025, Q2, Q3, and Q4 2025. And when you click each one of those boxes, then the data changes in the truth translator. But when looking at the chart, the each E marker does not say whether it's Q1, Q2, Q3, or Q4. So I'm seeing how this could potentially be confusing for beginners. What do you think? So they're saying this is a UX disconnect. In a professional app, if there's two ways to look at the same data, they must be synchronized. If a user clicks an E on the chart, the corresponding box should highlight and the text should update. If they don't talk to each other, the user feels like the app is broken or disjointed. Um, so the problem is that the chart and the truth translator are currently like two people in the same room who aren't talking to each other. We need to create a selected quarter state that both components listen to. Here's the logic we need to implement. The ID. Give each earnings event a unique ID. When the E marker is clicked, it updates the selected quarter. The truth translator sees that selected quarter has changed and automatically switches its tab and text to match. The visual cue. We should add a label or a distinct color to the E markers so users know which one is Q1, Q2, etc. So here's the prompt. We have a UX disconnect between the price timeline and the truth translator. Please fix the following. Synchronize state. Create a shared state in the page folder. Chart interactivity. Update the price timeline so that clicking an E marker updates the selected quarter. Truth translator update. Update the truth translator so that its active tab is controlled by its shared selected quarter state. When I click a marker on the chart, the corresponding tab in the translator should highlight and show the correct data. Visual labels, add small text labels above or below the E markers on the chart so beginners know which earnings event they're looking at. Um, yeah, so that just makes me notice too when I hover over each different oh yeah, so when I hover over them, it's just showing when I hover over the same chart. Um, the basically the results when I hover it over, it only shows um whichever quarter is selected in the truth translator box. It doesn't correspond to the actual E marker that I'm hovering over, so I should add that in too. Awesome. Good thing I noticed that. All right. So one more thing I noticed before I send the prompt to fix this, I noticed that when I'm hovering over the chart, um, it just shows me the data based on whichever quarter is selected in the truth translator. So the data does not align with the specific E marker when I hover it over it. It is just aligned with whatever quarter is selected in the truth translator. And what I wanted to do is that if I hover over the the specific E marker, it should show the corresponding data for that marker. Also, if I'm not hovering over any specific E marker, it still just shows all the data for the specific quarter that is selected. And I do not want it to show any data if it's not hovering over an E marker. Classic data leak bug. Right now, the tooltip is being lazy and it just looked at the global selected quarter rather than looking at the specific point the mouse is touching. Professional data visualization, the hover state should be local, only showing what's directly under the cursor, while the click state is global. So, needs strict filtering, null state, and if the mouse just hovers over a regular price point, the tooltip should remain hidden. Only show the price, not the earnings. So, for the new prompt, they've combined the previous fix with this new requirement. Isolated hover logic, shared click state, visual sync, interaction cleanup. The goal, hover for quick context on any marker, click to lock that quarter into the deep dive panels. Alright, fixing a major UX bug here. Before the chart was lying, it was showing the wrong quarter's data during a hover. In finance apps, accuracy is everything. We're implementing contextual hovers so the data you see is exactly what you're pointing at. Here we go. Back to Claude Code. The node. Let's see if this works. Now we're getting into I see why that was so important to save it before this step, because now we're getting into more of like the difficult stuff. But that's cool because that's where the learning is happening for me. And as you can see, like I'm starting from the beginning and I'm trying to learn more with each app. I'm a beginner. Anyone who's a beginner to this, they can go back and see my journey, see the problems I'm facing for the earlier apps and how I'm solving them based on the kind of the levels of problems. And that's another thing with business, like in life. You can look at like the level of the problems that you have, and that will say a lot in regards to like what level you are in life or business. more money, more problems, like they say, right? Uh, more advanced business, bigger problems. And so yeah, that goes back to saying, like, problems are a part of life. Like, you should want bigger problems because that's gonna, like, level you up to the bigger level. And just having the right mindset about getting problems and solving them is major. Um, see. All right. Check the dev server. Localhost 3002. So that's what I'll do. It's already there. So I change it to the browser, making sure I'm always aware of what I'm doing and pursuing. C. Whoa, yeah, that messed something up. So, no. Yeah, good thing I saved that. Um, Runtime type errors. I'm going to copy and paste this whole error thing and send it to Claude Code. See, I think I was even like kind of worried that I had to do too much at once. Like, I was kind of like sending it one prompt to fix two specific problems, and I think I should have focused on one problem at a time, one prompt at a time. But yeah, I'll see what Claude or Gemini thinks. So when I went to try the local site to see the changes and check them, I ended up getting a runtime type error, which I will paste here. Let me know what you think the problem is. I'm thinking it has something to do with having that prompt fix two different problems instead of just focusing on one problem at a time. You let me know what you think. I'm spot on. This is exactly what happens when I try to perform open heart surgery on two different parts of the app at once. Yeah, I'm starting to get really intuitive, but also I think AI is going to tell me that I'm right every time. So the Webpack modules error usually means the client versus server boundary got blurred when we asked Claude to move state to page.tsx while also messing with recharts, which only works in the browser. Claude likely forgot to ensure the page.tsx is marked as a client component. So what happened under the hood? Page.tsx in Next.js is a server component by default. We added useState to it to track the selected quarter. React state cannot exist on the server. The crash. The Webpack gets confused because it's trying to render a browser-only chart and browser-only state on the server. The reset and fix prompt. Instead of trying to figure out where the code went wrong, we're going to tell Claude to fix the architecture. So they're giving me a prompt. I'm getting a Webpack modules type error, likely because the page.tsx is missing the use client directive now that we've added state management. Please perform these surgery steps to fix the runtime error. Add use client to the very top, ensure component safety, check the imports, and simplify. So let's see if this works. And see, like, I think it's way easier to slow down with the prompts I'm getting and make sure I'm only covering one thing at a time than to get an error like this and then have to go back and fix it. So yeah, back to the code. So basically, Next.js tries to render everything on the server first for speed, but our chart and our click memory need a real browser to work. We just need to tell the app, hey, this page is a client component. It's a classic mistake when you're moving fast. So moving forward, gotta just remember to do one problem, one prompt. Get the app running again with this prompt. Once the error is gone, we'll check if the hover works. If it doesn't, we'll fix only the hover first. Awesome. So yeah, you create your own flow, your own reality. Um, whatever you're experiencing in life, I believe, and this is not like, this is like stuff that I've learned over the years from other sources, other people that I agree with. Um, whatever your point of attraction is, whatever your like dominant thoughts and feelings are, is going to determine like what you see and what your experience in life is. Not so much like external conditions. So like in the past I used to think like, my experience in life was dependent on like, what happened to me, how other people acted towards me. Um but what I've learned more over the years and what I've come to believe is like it's the opposite. It's more like the things that happen to me and my experience in life is more a result of, my like internal state and like how I program my brain and like the way I think about things. So okay, try it again on 3003. That's where I'm about to be. So you can see if it worked. Yeah, so I did that right. Um, Gotta hover right over the center. I feel like I should be like that whole circle. But still, this is good. It's showing Q1 when I hover over Q1. If I hover over the line and there's not a marker there, it just shows the price and the date. Oh, I see. It's not where I hover over the circle. I just have to make sure I hover over the right date of that earnings report. So it's not just the circle, it's as long as it's on the date. Okay. Um, and then it updates right. Q2 is showing Q2. Q3 is showing Q3. Q4 is showing Q4. And that is awesome. That I was thinking of having it add that and it like automatically did it. So like if I click on Q1, Q1 on the chart is basically like lit up. Q2 lights up. Dude, this is money. And then with all these, the yearly master summary is not changing, which is what I want to see. That is so cool, man. This is like, yeah, another level. All right. So, once the error is gone, check to see if the hover works. Yes, it does. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm getting better and quicker at fixing all these problems too. Okay. Yes, this works now. And it is doing everything with the hovering to where when I hover over the date, not just the E marker, but when I hover over the date that aligns with the E marker, it shows the correct information. And also when I click the correct, or like say I click Q2 2025 in the truth translator, the Q2 marker will like kind of light up and has like a kind of like a halo circling around it. Keep bless we more. This is a huge win. It sounds like Claude Code didn't just fix the error, added some extra polish with that halo effect. And it's like it read my mind. I was like thinking that from the start. I'm like, should like show, but wow. If you're describing what you're describing as a linked visual system, created a feedback loop, the user feels like they're in total control of the data. It's a visual anchor. It tells the user exactly where the data in the text box lives on the timeline. That's how I take the app from good to professional grade. Do another stress test before phase 4. Since we're about to move into the data swap, where we bring into the real API keys, let's make sure the foundation is rock solid. So click Q1, then Q4, then Q2 as fast as I can. Does the UI keep up, or does it feel heavy? That's like lightning speed. So that's good. The empty space hover. Hover over the very beginning of the chart where there's no earnings data. Does the tooltip stay clean? Just the price or stay hidden? Stays clean. Although it is, you got to be like very specific on the right bar, but I mean, that's like very, very not that big of a deal, especially for right now. Okay, the mobile check. Shrink the browser to the size of a phone. All right, can I do that? Yeah. That's awesome. It all stays in line. Wow. Yeah, it's looking good so far, so good. So yeah, the main two things I was trying to fix here, um, shows the data when I hover over it, it shows the correct data, not just the data from the truth translator. And then And then it indicates which quarter I clicked above. Yeah, so they fixed all my problems. That is awesome. So now we're gonna set up the FinHub or Polygon connection, create a server action or an API route to fetch real transcripts, and replace the mock data with real live Wall Street data. Yeah, they're saying I should probably push these to GitHub, make it the new save point. Yeah. Before I start phase 4, I want to push to GitHub, create a prompt to do this. And I don't even think I need a prompt for that. I think you can just say push. But they're making it more detailed. Like, I want to save our progress to GitHub now that the UI and state management are fully polished. Final audit. So it's doing more than just pushing. It's ensuring that there's no leftover console logs or temporary debug text in the UI. Add all the new components and the updated page.tsx file. Use the message feat completes phase 3 linked state between chart and truth translator with hover isolation, and then push the current branch to the main branch on GitHub. Let me know when this is successful so I can verify it on my dashboard. And by that, I'm pretty sure they mean the GitHub dashboard. Alright, so going back to the code. Time to stand up soon. The energy up for the difficult part. Man, technology, man. Like, just my lifetime alone, like, man, I remember being alive before the internet, before cell phones, and the speed of like technology getting better from AI coming out is just insane compared to like any other like time in history I remember of technology upgrading. This is cool because I've never noticed this before with GitHub. Because I gave it those like extra rules instead of saying just push it to GitHub. It's showing like on the different files I'm looking at on GitHub. It says next to it like you know, this file was completed from phases 1 and 2, and like this file completes phase 3. So it's like linking each file to like which phase it was updated in. That's really cool. Wow, yeah, this is just capable of so much. Like, I had no idea when I first started this, like, what was possible. Like, whatever I imagined what was possible that I could do with, like, coding and, like, learning this skill and getting better at it is just, like, every day I'm, like, realizing more and more what's possible. Okay. So we just hit a huge milestone. The entire front end, the gauge, the interactive chart, and the truth translator is officially feature complete with mock data. just push to GitHub. This is like an insurance policy. If I break the app while trying to connect the real Wall Street data in the next step, I can revert back to this exact spot with one command. Ready for step 4, for sure. All right. I am ready for step 4. I will paste the original phase 4 data swap information here. I haven't decided on FinHub or Polygon. Let me know which one you think would be better, and I'll go with that. Not ThinHub, FinHub. Yeah, I'd say FinHub has been kind of misleading on what they actually allow compared on what they say, or at least what AI is telling me they say. Polygon has got me the least errors so far. They recommend FinHub. All right. So FinHub has the earnings edge. There's a dedicated earnings calendar and earnings surprises endpoint that is incredibly easy to use. Gives me the estimate versus the actual numbers in a single call. While Polygon is great for raw price data, FinHub's metadata for earnings events is slightly more intuitive for building a sentiment tool, like market sentiment. Both have free tiers, but FinHub is very generous with the specific data we need for the expectation gap. Since we're dealing with API keys, I gotta be careful. I should sign up for the free API key with FinHub before running this. Alright. I feel like I already got one before. See if they give me a new one or if it's like I gotta go back and find the old one. FinHub.io. Get the free API key. Name is NATE. It's already got my information saved down there from before, but I noticed that there's a space in. That is not the correct email address. Huh. Well, do I change it? And I'll just try it and see what happens. It's like I already created an account, but yeah, I'll just create a new one. See why that's not working. Register. Oh, they're saying this is a register. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I gave it the wrong. Let's see, inbox. So yeah, I'm just creating a new account on FinHub with my correct email and suggesting a strong password. Yeah, somebody was trying to hack me today. I got like maybe like 5 different messages one after the other on my phone, like here's your unique code, you're trying to change your like password or something, and I'm like, whoa. Like I would get those like one at a time, and I went to check. It wasn't like the fake scammer link. These were actual like somebody was using my email to like. It said when I was looking up on AI, it said like it was so quick for it to be that quick. They're probably using a bot. So people are like scammers are out here programming bots. They'll just take your email address and try to sign into like. It was even stuff like I don't have like certain accounts with certain services that were saying like you're trying to change your password, and I'm like, dude, I don't even have an account with them. So they must just have a bot to like go and just try all these different companies. Like, yeah, that was crazy. I was like, man, I've never seen a scam like that before. But like, of course, like it wasn't a problem because I'm on point with the security stuff. And yeah, they must have got my phone number and an email, but definitely definitely not making it easy for people. So I can only imagine, man. Like, but that's crazy. Like, why do you think like you would have to like to make money? Like, your only option is to go and try and steal from people. Like, there's not enough. Like where's that gonna get you? Like, even if you do get like some wins and that works for a short time, like that path it's gonna lead you down. Probably what goes around comes around. Anyways, I got the API key. It's awesome. So, all right, got the API key. Um, okay. So I got it before I'm running the prompt to begin phase 4 of the data swap. We're going to use FinHub for price and earnings data, create the env local file for the API key, the API utility folder has two main functions. It fetches the 1 year price candle data and fetches the last 4 quarters of estimates versus actual data. And I just want to make sure there's not a problem because on the app it's a line chart and it's saying in this prompt to get the candle data. So then create a SEC fetcher, build a function to fetch the latest 8K filing links from the SEC API for the given ticker. Then refactor components, update the app/page.tsx file to use effect or a server action to fetch this data on load instead of importing from mockdata.ts. Map the FinHub response to our existing price timeline and truth translator props. If the API limit is hit or the key is missing, show a clear demo mode badge and revert to the mock data so the UI doesn't break. Oh wow, that's huge. Like I wish I would have been doing it like this before. So like from now on, anytime someone wants to use the tool while it's free, and if the data limits run out, it's not gonna give them an error message anymore that, or at least it won't like break. It'll just go back to the mock data that I originally set up, and it'll say demo mode, and it should be clear, so then people know it's not real data, but at least they can use the app and like see what it's doing and get a like education. So do not hard code the API key, use only environment variables. So we're plugging in the V8 engine. We're moving away from my fake mock data and connecting directly to FinHub. This is where the app starts showing real world numbers. If the API works, we'll be able to type in any ticker and see the actual expectation gap from last quarter. So once Claude finishes, then I will put in the API key and restart the terminal to see the API key. All right. Putting in that prompt, making sure on the stream I'm on the cursor. Yeah. Build is clean. Yeah, it's definitely the most time consuming for any prompt I've done so far today, I feel like. Yeah, okay. That's a ton of stuff, it looks like. Yeah, alright. So, here's what phase 4 delivers. Environment setup. Created the file for the API key. And then from that API key, we're going to get stock candles ticker. Oh, I forgot to do that part. I'm just going to make sure that's not a problem. Okay, I gave Claude Code the prompt and I'm reading an update of everything it did, and it's getting the stock candles from the ticker. But I'm wondering, because we've got a line chart here, is that going to be a problem, do you think? Hopefully not, because I should have done that before I gave it the prompt. No, it's not a problem at all. In fact, it's exactly what we want. In financial APIs, candle data, often called OHLC for open, high, low, close, is simply the way of saying price history over time. So yeah, candle data is going to have more data for a particular time frame than a line data. So this makes sense. Each candle contains the price at the start of the day, the end of the day, and the highs and the lows. So to make our line chart, Claude will simply tell the code, grab the close price from every candle and connect them with a line. That's cool. Why a line chart is actually better for this app. Since the brand is Earnings Insight, focused on beginners and CEO truths, a line chart is actually superior to a candle chart for two reasons. Reduce noise. Candlestick charts can look jagged and intimidating to beginners. I agree. Focus on the E part, the earnings. Yeah, that's the main thing. Candlestick would like make that harder to see. And as I was noticing, and I said from the beginning, candlestick is not necessary because we're not looking at like trend lines or support and resistance and wicks going past that. So awesome. We're using a clean line philosophy. We get the high resolution candle data from FinHub, but we're stripping away the noise. We want you to see the big picture of the price so you can focus on big moments of the earnings call. So, yeah, it should be done. This step, I'm just reading through the rest of the stuff. Let's see. Okay. Going back to the browser and refreshing. We got another error. All right. I'm gonna copy and paste the error. Oh, I didn't put duh. So I need to put the API key in. I'm guessing is why there's an error. Yep. That makes sense. But good thing I gotta switch to this view anyway to put in the API key. And save that. Right, I go back to the terminal. And I think it was saying I needed to do something else after pasting the key, restart the terminal. Forgot how to do that. All right, it finished the prompt. I just pasted in the API key. Now I need to restart the terminal. How do I do that? Like, does that mean restart Claude Code? Click into the terminal window and press Control C. This kills the development server. Okay. Start it back up. Run npm run dev. So here's why I can't just refresh the browser for this. API keys are loaded at the system level when the server starts. If I just refresh my browser, the app is still looking at the old settings. We have to reboot the local server so it grabs the new finhook key from the vault we just created. And so I did that, making sure it's not showing my API, and I'm going to go back to the, well, actually I don't need to go back to the code because here's the browser steps. So 3004 is the new, basically the reason I have to keep changing, from what I understand, the localhost address, because like if I already have it up on like 3001, it says like, oh, that's already in use, so now it's on 3002, and now it's on, saying it's all the way up to 3004, so hopefully this one works. So far so good. Here's the real moment of truth. All right, price looks right. I'm gonna check it to yeah, check it to the Apple price. I don't know if you guys saw, crypto just kind of did a real small crash and got in a trade at the bottom of that on some high leverage, and I'm up pretty good. But still, you know, this is probably the best trade I've been in all week, and pretty much got in this trade right before I started this stream, so yeah, it hasn't been so long. Anyways, I was looking at the I'm trying to just look at the Apple the Apple chart on my phone over the last year to see if it matches with what I'm seeing here. And like January, what's the most recent data? Oh yeah, it's only showing the last year, so it's not showing like this year yet. So that's something I didn't notice before. Well, I guess I wouldn't notice before because it was mock data. So what I want to do is I want it to show like the last year in time from like um you know, like a year ago from today to a year ago today. And what this is showing me is the data from 2025. So that year, it's showing the year's data of 2025. And that makes kind of sense too, because like I have it set up to be like Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. So if I were to show the last year of data, it would be showing me like Q2, Q3, Q4, Q1. And then that would be like, yeah, I see. Okay, so as far as like problems go, that is a very small problem. And it is, so if I just look at last year, so up to looking at the 2-year data now from January 1st, looks like we were around 250. Yeah, that makes sense. And then the end of last year, December 30th is what it's showing me, is at about 271. Or December 30th. 2025, 271.86. Showing me 280 here. So that's kind of strange. Oh, it says demo mode. So it must not have got the right information because it's in demo mode. Okay. So I want to put break even on this trade. Entry price 64677. Yeah, price is bouncing back. That's how one way you know, like, it's more likely if a price hits a bottom, is it'll usually like go down quick, and if it bounces back up pretty quick, then that's usually more likely that that's like a bottom of a like range or a price for a while. Okay, so the main thing is it's in demo mode, I guess. So for this moment of truth check, the price line, does it look like a real stock? Let me just try a different one. No data found for ticker NVIDIA demo mode. Okay, so I only know Apple. I feel like for beginners, I should put something in to where they can just type out the actual name of the stock and it will show them the ticker that aligns with it, and then they can click on that. Because that would be more confusing. But anyways, is it showing the name of the company? Yep. Chart is blank. No, the chart's not blank. Okay. All right, there is a problem here. It is showing demo mode. I'm checking the actual price chart and it does not align with like an actual Apple price chart. It is very close though. And the main thing is it's in demo mode. I tried searching for NVIDIA and it came back with an error saying that the data for NVIDIA was not available. So I'm guessing what happens is something to do with this API key and not getting the correct data. Let me know what you think. All right, I'll be right back. All right. This is exactly why we told Claude to build a graceful fallback. Demo mode. Save the app from crashing, but it also means our engine isn't firing. because I searched for NVIDIA and got an error while Apple looks close but not quite right. It says the environment variable sync. If the app says demo mode, it means the code. The API key is returning undefined. If the Apple chart looks almost right, I'm likely still seeing the mock data. It's hallucinating real prices because we wrote the mock data to be realistic. Oh, okay. So let's fix this in 2 steps. Usually this is a naming or path issue. First, we're going to do the .env.local check. Make sure the file is named exactly .env.local with a dot at the start and is in the root folder of the project, not inside the app or src folder. Okay, so it wants me to do that. I'll do that real quick. Okay, how do I know? Yep, it's .env local with the dot at the start. It's in the root folder. Like, how do I know that? I mean, it seems like it's always in the same place it's always been. I'm just looking at the .env.local file. How do I know if it's in the root folder? The root's the very top level. It's the folder that contains everything else. Should be sitting right next to package.json and readme. Package.json. I don't think I did a readme file yet. There's PRD and Claude MD. Yeah, I think the readme is at the end of the build anyways, from what they're saying. So yeah, it looks like it's in the right place according to this. Check the app folder. Okay, it's not in the app folder. Yeah, it's got to be the root then. Okay. Yeah, okay. Make sure there's no extra spaces in the label for the API key. So it is okay, I checked to make sure it was in the right place. The force connection prompt. Let's have Claude Code debug the connection live. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Alright, awesome. Bringing to you some real value of troubleshooting and solving a problem. So going back to the terminal in the code window. So debug the log, add a console log that says API key detected, true or false. Do not log the actual key. Check the naming, ensure the code is looking for the FinHub API key and that it matches the right folder exactly. I tried searching for NVIDIA and it failed. Ensure the search input is properly passing the ticker and not like NVDA and not the actual spelling of NVIDIA to the API. If the API key is present, force the app to try the fetch. If it fails, show me the actual error message from FinHub, like invalid key or rate limit on the screen so I can see what's happening. Awesome. Very straightforward. Understand everything it's doing, I feel like. Well, that's definitely FinHub. And yeah, I'm just checking to make sure the API key was from FinHub. I already checked to make sure it matched, but like these are the most common problems I have in regards to the API keys. And pretty much it's good that there's different APIs, because if this one doesn't work, I can just try a different one. All right, it's working again. Whoa. Yeah, so I've had this happen before. So basically, if you just saw, it looks like Claude Code just like auto updated. Essentially the conversation compacted. So when when it gets to a certain point, the conversation just compacts in Claude Code. It's like the first time I saw this, I thought it was an error, like it like restarted because it did something wrong. But essentially, yeah, it's just like compacting the conversation and picking up where it left off. And I'm seeing that it's changing it so that instead of just going back to mock data, if the API key is not working, it's going to show what the exact error message is. And essentially, now that I know that once I get this error fixed, I'd probably want to change it so it reverses. If there's a problem, it just goes to mock data, because if I fix this and there is a problem in the future, it would most likely be with the free limit being reached. So now let's restart the dev server. Now we can see the real issue. So it kind of did it for me. It like started up. I didn't even have to go and do it. So it looks like 403 forbidden from FinHub. The API key is being detected and sent, but FinHub is rejecting it with, you don't have access to this resource. Okay. So AI was wrong telling me that they did. Essentially, the debug logs are very revealing. The API key detected, true. The key is loaded correctly. The profile works. The earnings work. It got 4 results returned, but it failed with the candlesticks. You don't have access to this resource. The issue is that the stock candle endpoint requires a paid FinHub plan, and we don't even need that data. Or I'm sure if I really needed that data, I could find a different API key that just does that. But we'll see what AI recommends. The issue is that the stock candle endpoint requires the paid FinHub plan. The free tier doesn't include the real-time / historical candle data, but profile and earnings do work on the free tier. Okay, so the main thing, yes, that's way more important. It's way easier to find the historical data than it is to get these earnings. The earnings is the main feature of this app. So cool. When the candles fail, we should still use the earnings and profile data and generate a simple price line from available data or skip the chart. But the simplest practical fix is to use FinHub's quote endpoint, which is free, to get the current price and fall back gracefully for the chart. So yeah, what they're saying is like, we don't need the whole candle data. We just need the price data for that day. And then the line chart can just automatically update for the price data for each day. So now I know, don't try to use a free tier on FinHub with candlestick chart. So it looks like I don't even need to give this. I need to use a free price data source instead. Yahoo Finance has a free no auth API for historical prices. But from what I understand, Yahoo Finance is not good because if they change their site, it will crash mine. So what I want to do is ask AI before it goes further. Good thing I didn't automatically just click yes, unless that's the right way. But I think I'm going to be told no. Don't use Yahoo. We'll see. Control C to see what the issue is. Alright, so the process right now for this step is still being done in Claude Code. It's asking me if I want to continue to solve the problem by implementing Yahoo Finance, and I do not know if that's the right thing I should do, because from what I understand, Yahoo Finance can easily cause my app to crash. I'm going to paste the information I got back from Claude Code here, and you let me know what you think is the best next step. So I would like to find a way to work around this without using Yahoo Finance. Whoa, hold the phone. Your developer instincts are spot on. Do not let us switch to a no-auth Yahoo Finance API. Here's the professional context. Yahoo Finance officially shut down their API years ago. Anything that works now is usually an unofficial scraper or a workaround library. These are notoriously unstable. They work today, then Yahoo changes a single line of code and the app crashes tomorrow. Claude found the valve. FinHub allows you to see earnings and company profiles for free, but they lock historical price candles behind a paywall. So what they're saying to do, instead of jumping to a shaky source like Yahoo, we should stay with the professional ecosystem. I agree. Here's the two best options. Polygon.io. Polygon has a robust free tier that does include historical stock candles. It's the industry standard for what I'm building. So, or Alpha Vantage. But before I do this, I'm wondering, like, do I even really need the candlestick data? Couldn't it just get, like, the price for that day? Like, the closing price for each day? So before I give it that prompt, I'm just confused about one thing. Essentially, I think what it was saying was it can't get the candlestick data, but from what I understand, all we really need is like the closing data for each day. So if we can get the closing data for each day, then the line chart would automatically update itself. So would an easier fix be to just get the closing data? Do I have access to that on the free tier for the FinHub API? Better questions for better answers. I've actually pinpointed the exact point of frustration with FinHub's free tier. Unfortunately, the answer is no. Candle data is the historical data. Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at using two different APIs, I guess. Polygon is the way to go. People always ask why building finance apps is hard. It's because data is the new oil. FinHub will tell us what happened in the earnings call for free, but they want us to pay to see the price chart. We're going to outsmart the paywall by stitching together two different free APIs to build one professional dashboard. Cool. So they're saying first get the Polygon API key. I should already have one. Polygon.io. Oh yeah, that's right. Polygon.io is now massive.com. So sign into Massive. Sign in with GitHub. Yup, I'm already got an account. And looks like, yeah, I've already got a key. Awesome. No need to do anything extra. This is awesome. Okay, so here's the key. So they're saying put in the API key into the right folder before I put the prompt in. Okay, so I just gotta switch back to the browser so you guys can't see the API key. And then go to the right folder. Copy and paste the key from Polygon. and save it. Go back to the other folder, go back to the terminal, and then I'm going to say no, do not make the edit to Yahoo, and I'm going to give it a different prompt. Saying then send the prompt you gave in the last message. So I'm essentially telling to stop the Yahoo plan and switch the price engine to Polygon. Switch to Polygon for the prices. Keep FinHub for earnings. Add the key to the requirements. Update the right folder to handle the Polygon fetch. Sync it. Ensure the dates from Polygon's price data align with the earnings dates we're getting from FinHub. Awesome. So I stopped it at the right time. I mean, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal if I would have just like, just kept clicking yes, yes, yes without reading it and not knowing that. It would have like done it through Yahoo, and hopefully like afterwards it would have been like, yeah, like when it was done, like I fixed the problem by implementing Yahoo. And it just would have been an extra step to tell it, okay, now take Yahoo out and change it with this. So like, yeah, the more I'm recognizing these things, the more I'm saving time and credits. How is Claude doing this session? I would say it's doing good. Thanks for helping make Claude better. Feedback is key to get to where you want to be and what you're trying to see. So, like I'm talking about with the business stuff, right? Like, basically you want to give feedback. Like, give away things for free. Find something that makes value. If you can give it away for free to like, you find your target audience, where they hang out, and just be like, hey, like, does this help you? Like, try this out. Like, I made this product, free sample basically. And feedback is money. Like, that's key. All right. So yeah, it's basically just saying it did what I asked it to do. Um, I'll implement this multi-source architecture. And yeah, then there's about to be another source after this with the SEC. That is cool. Getting it directly from the horse's mouth. See, that's important. Like the SEC does some good things. They require companies to submit earnings reports because investors want to know this kind of thing, right? If you're trying to invest in something and don't have an earnings report, oh, I gotta switch back to there we go. Yeah, you want to know the earnings report. That's major for investors, and then it helps to hold the CEOs accountable. And this app will make them even more accountable if people used it on a mass scale. Clean compile with 0 errors. Here's a summary of the changes. Polygons implemented. Getting a year of daily candles from them. FinHub is cleaned up, so it's not looking for candles there anymore. I'm actually starting to be able to read this stuff that made no sense to me just like a couple weeks ago. So the app API ticker is updated. It's making sure that both the API keys align with the info they're getting. Demo mode triggers when either key is missing. It's both keys are needed for it to be live. Error message reference both API keys. Awesome. Both API keys are already set. Yep, I did it. Restart the dev server and search for. So restart the dev server. Copy and paste that. Gemini. I and I talk to Gemini AI to save I on this app, because without these tools I would feel like a fool and I would not have any clue on what to do. So massive technical milestone. Just architected a multi-vendor data pipeline. In the industry, this is exactly how high-level apps work. You don't rely on one single point of failure or one greedy paywall. You orchestrate data from wherever is best. Now it's time for the live fire test. Now that Claude has cleaned the compile and the server is restarted, it's time for the moment of truth. I think it's still telling me that I need to restart the dev server. Forgot if I just have to press run dev, run npm dev. Basically, we just pulled off the ultimate dev pivot. FinHub tried to charge us for price data, so we wrote a custom aggregator in 5 minutes. Now we're pulling the brain from FinHub and the heartbeat from Polygon. This is why learning to code is a superpower. You don't have to pay for expensive tools when you can build your own bridges. Yes, it is. If it's still in demo mode, even with the keys, there's one common culprit. But I don't know, I gotta check it first. So Control C. So before I check the local site, it says restart the dev server and then search. So do I just go into Claude Code, press Control C, and then run npm dev? Yeah, so I don't understand. I feel like that Control C is not necessary unless it's like in the middle of running something, but who knows? Better safe than sorry. Winter of safety. Yeah, proceed. So then when it's done doing this, I will go back to the browser. And this will be big, like now it says 3006. Okay. Let's go back to browser. 3006. Come on, work this time. Yeah. And you know what else it did? It automatically fixed the problem I saw before. Yeah, see, I'm starting to see like when it's time to like stop everything and fix something, and when it's like, no, sometimes it's better in life. This is some like real life lesson, right? A lot of times it's better in life to do nothing, and everything will just take care of itself in the end. So many times, man, in the past, I was always trying to force things like this doesn't work. Just like, use more force. But that's not the way. The way is path of least resistance. Force is not going to get you through there most of the time. Best thing to do is to just stay true to the vision, and in the end, if you find something that's not working right, it'll work itself out usually, like it just did. So before I was talking about it was showing only like I set it up for a yearly chart, but it was only showing like um the entire year of 2025. But what I wanted was like today, from today to a year ago today, and that's what it did. And it even updated the marks for the earnings calls to where like it starts with Q2. So we're seeing Q2 and then Q3 and then Q4 and then Q1, which just happened on December 31st of 2025. So yeah, so I'm looking for Apple, hit enter. No demo mode badge. Showing 1 year, the price for Apple went up 7%. Can click on the and it even rearranged the. Oh, this is so awesome, man. The AI is so smart. Wow. I can only imagine how long this would take, even if I knew, like, even if I was a really good coder. So, what the CEO said versus what actually happened. Looking at changes with each one, and it highlights the correct marker. And so this most recent earning call, management discussed Q1 2026 results during the earning call. EPS came in at $2.84, beating the 273 estimate by 4.2%. So the company also highlighted areas of strength and positive momentum. The stock moved down 0.8% the next day, a muted reaction. So now forward guidance was provided for the upcoming quarter partially. Full transcript analysis will be available when okay, because I haven't put in the SEC data stuff yet, so that would make sense. CEO transparency gauge. Wow, dude, like I don't know of anything like this. Like this is not just for this is not just for like investors. This is like just for the world to hold these companies accountable. And like how would you know, like, dude, AI is changing the world so much. Wow. I feel like I'm on the front line. That's where I'm trying to be 10 step ahead of them. I mean, this is really like money. Like these apps are getting so much better every day. Wow. I want to try a different one. NVIDIA. So how it works. Yeah. Dude. This is money. So let me see. Yeah, and it's still just showing like it needs the AI processing. That's got to be for the SEC part. Wow. Yeah, this is awesome. Everything so far so good. Everything is so far so good. Looking like it should. So what do you think is the next step? Wow. Sometimes I even wonder how I'm making such awesome things every day. It's getting better and better, as I would say, in every type of way. Minimizing the delays since the real-time stock and earnings data are officially flowing through the multi API engine. The next logical step is phase 5, source and truth and UX polish. I think that was the last step. No, we never put in the they're missing something from phase 4. See, good thing I made sure make sure that I'm actually going and checking and verifying that the AI is right, because that's why I copied and pasted the plan, broke down into steps from the beginning so I could go back and make sure we're on track and it's not like jumping ahead and stuff. So yeah, with phase 4, I'm gonna copy and paste phase 4 back in and be like, hey, I don't think we put in that SEC fetcher. So yeah. So from what I see, I'm just looking back at the original plan, and on phase 4, part of that is to set up the SEC Edgar fetcher, and I don't think we've done that yet. So I'm going to copy and paste the instructions for phase 4, and you let me know where we're actually at. Do we still need to incorporate the SEC Edgar fetcher? Yeah, they said I'm right. We're only halfway done with phase 4. We have not built the source of truth connector. Without this is what Gemini is saying. Without this, the app is trust me, bro. AI. With it, the app becomes a verify the CEO tool. You don't actually need a new paid API for this. The SEC provider is free. Public JSON API. That's cool. I don't think I've used one of these APIs before. There is one technical hurdle. The SEC uses CIK numbers, central index key, instead of tickers like Apple. So we need the ticker to CIK. We need it so it's automatically able to convert each stock ticker to its correct number to match it with the database. And then it's gonna line up the last 4 K8 filings for that CIK, and then create a direct URL to the full text version of the filing on the SEC website. So from what I thought, we're gonna have it summarize it so you don't have to see the entire filing. So I'm gonna ask it about that first. I'm just reading the actual prompt. Okay, so 2 questions. First, I want to make sure that we're programming this so that it doesn't just link the Apple ticker to its corresponding CIK number, but it can automatically do it for any ticker that's typed in. And second, it's talking about providing a link to the actual 8K filing, and I thought the vision from the beginning was to make it so that beginners didn't have to read the whole thing. They could just have like AI summarize it for them into bullet points. So let me know what you think about these two issues. I'm thinking like a product manager now. Gotta think about like every hat. Okay. So I'm spot on. We're not hard coding Apple. Logic uses a mapping file provided by the SEC. When the user types any ticker, the code looks at master list of all 8,000 public companies, finds the match, and then, okay. Here's the main thing though, the vision question. This is a critical, vital distinction. You haven't lost your vision. The AI summary is still the main event. Think of the SEC link as the reference section at the back of a book. The AI truth translator. This is what the user reads. It gives the bullet point, the red flags, and the CEO speak versus reality. Okay. So it's like I've already built the AI truth translator. The link is just for credibility. Even if a beginner doesn't want to read a 40-page legal document, knowing that they could click a button and see the sources makes them trust the AI summaries 10 times more. I would pretty much agree. I just think that beginners are not going to understand these legal documents, but we'll see. That's not a big deal. So, updated plan for Claude. Fetch the data, get the text from the 8K from the SEC, feed the AI, pass that text into the AI prompt, generate those truth versus hype bullets points I planned. Keep it as a quiet proof button at the bottom, for sure. So we're building accountable AI. A lot of people are scared of AI just making things up. By linking the SEC filing, we're showing our work. The AI does the heavy lifting of translating the legalese into plain English. But the source is always one click away if you want to see the raw numbers. Yes, create the prompt to do this. That's awesome. This is the brain transplant. We're replacing the static fake bullet points in the truth translator with the real AI analysis triggered by the SEC filing. By the end of this prompt, the app will be doing exactly what I envisioned, converting dense government documents into beginner-friendly bullet points automatically. Alright, here's the prompt. Let's finish the engine by connecting the SEC data to the summarizer, dynamic ticker to CIK, fetch the 8K text, the AI summarizer, the vision, create a server action or API route that takes the SEC data and sends a prompt to the Gemini/Claude API. Analyze this earnings data, provide 3 bullet points, the hype, what the CEO said, the truth, what the numbers actually say, and 3, the red flag, one thing a beginner should watch out for. Update the truth translator UI. Replace the mock text with a loading spinner while the AI thinks. Display the AI generated bullet points. Add the view official 8K button as the citation link at the bottom. User agent compliance. Ensure the fetch requests include the mandatory SEC header. Okay. So I'm not sure what that is, but I guess I'll see when it's done. So the goal here is when I search a ticker and click a quarter, I want to see real AI generated truth points based on that specific company's latest filing. And this is like the main value for the app. I think this is the first app that I've had an API to, like you say, Gemini slash Claude, and I'm just wondering more how that works. Does it automatically connect to the API I'm using for Claude Code since I'm using Claude Code to code this? Also, how does that work when people fetch information on this app? Does it like charge me based on the API key usage to my specific Claude Code account? Hits on the business side of being a developer. Does it automatically connect to my Claude Code account? The short answer is no. Claude Code is a tool for writing code, but the app I'm building is a separate entity. Think of it like this: just because you used a Bosch drill to build a house doesn't mean the house automatically has a Bosch security system installed. Yeah, I would never have thought that. So that's a really bad analogy again, but hey, for the most part, you're on point today. So I'm not going to feel any type of way. Claude Code's API I'm currently paying for or using the quota of the model that helps me code in the terminal. So that's what Claude Code's API is. The app's API. Your website needs its own AI voice. You will need to get an API key from either Gemini or Claude or GPT, I guess any one. And then put it in the env local file just like I did with Polygon and FinHub. So when a user visits the site and clicks Analyze Q4, here's the flow. User clicks the button, server sends the SEC data to the AI. The AI provider looks at how many words or tokens were sent and received. The cost is deducted from my account balance associated with the API key. So for a personal project or a portfolio piece, it's usually very cheap. Pennies or even free depending on the tier. So it's saying Gemini 1.5 Flash, which I think is what I'm using right now for this LLM. It's highly recommended. It's incredibly cheap and also often has a generous free tier for developers. The usage reality: if 100 people use your app in a day, it might cost less than $1. However, you should always set a usage limit in your API dashboard so you don't wake up to a surprise bill if your app goes viral on Reddit. The next step: getting your brain key. So, says go to the Google AI Studio for Gemini or, hold on. Okay, wow, same. I was just like, it looks like Claude Code stopped. And where did it stop? It's asking me which AI provider do I want to use for the truth translator analysis. And it's even recommending, just like Gemini said, that I use Gemini. Wow, this is on point. It's free. and they're saying Claude's requires a paid API key. Looks like $3 per million tokens. Okay. Alright, this is a step I have not done before, so I have some questions. Claude Code is recommending Gemini, and so are you. So I think I should go with that. I'm talking to you right now, Gemini. I do not have a paid account on here, but it's saying that I should be able to get it what I need within the free tier. And that's what I would like to do if possible. So walk me through how to get this Gemini API key, hopefully for free. All right. Here's my step-by-step guide. Go to Google AI Studio. Log in with the standard Google account. All right. I acknowledge that I am a developer building with Google AI Studio and Gemini API for professional or business purposes. I'd like to receive emails and model updates, useful tips. I don't have to do that, but I'm gonna do that because they're helping me out, so I'll help them out. Alright, so welcome back. It's like I'm already signed in, and this is all so easy. For AI, it was like watch YouTube videos to like figure out how to do something. Like, nope, just ask AI. On the top left sidebar should be get API key. Alright, that's what I see. And it's like it's already there. Wow. Click generate API key in new project. It's like it already did it. I'm just gonna copy and paste. No, I'll just tell it. Alright, quick question. After I clicked create API key, quick question. Quick question. So it's being weird right now and it's not listening to me. When I click the microphone, it just automatically turns off. Maybe that's because I'm logged into. Alright, quick question. I just went and clicked create the API key, but it's already showing like an API key is there. It looks like it shows the last few characters of the key, and then for the project it says default Gemini project created on today's date, and then quota tier there's a button that says set up billing, and under that it says free tier. So is this the one I should use, or should I like create another one like just for this project? It's exactly what I want. I can use the default key without any issues. Okay, grab the key, copy API key. says pros sometimes create separate keys for every project, but for this first app, using the default one is perfectly fine. Saves me from managing extra settings. Now that I have the key, let's have Claude Code perform the surgery. So this prompt is assuming I've already put the key in. I'm going to tell Claude that I want to go with Gemini. Hopefully it just creates the label for me. Because yeah, I wasn't even done with the last step, so yeah, I definitely got to finish that anyway. Before I give it the next prompt, one thing at a time, so I don't confuse my mind. Kaizen. That's what I'm saying, Kaizen. That's like one of the only things I remember from going to college for business. Yeah, so I got like a business administration degree from a university, and if I could go back in time, I would have taken the money and the time I spent on that to just start a business. But hey, now I know. One of the only things that I really remember that's like that I think about was like they were talking about in Japan in corporations, like they always talk about this word called Kaizen, and essentially it means continual improvement. And that's one of the reasons why they were saying like what I was being taught, like the Japanese were so good at business because they all focus on like always improving. And I mean, I guess like that's any business should do that. But yeah, that's one of the things that I remembered. The few things I actually like feel like I learned that I didn't already know from business administration at a college. But now for me, like I mean, everybody's different. Some people want to go to college. Some people want to go to college just for like the lifestyle and the party thing. And I mean, if that's what you want to do, like that's cool. Um, and yeah, I'm at a point now where like for my age, it wouldn't make much sense to like go to like school to be like a doctor or a lawyer or something that I would need to get like the only things, you know, like some things you actually need a degree for. Like no one's gonna hire you to be a lawyer if you didn't go to law school, from what I understand. I mean, maybe that's wrong, but then again, like someone I know it has made an AI tool that like is like an AI lawyer. So it's like obviously like would you trust it for something big? Like I wouldn't if it was like depending on the stakes. But yeah, it's so much like so many workarounds to like what a college degree used to mean. I feel like, and now like all this information is just like available. Um, like I could probably go on AI and be like, what would I learn if I went to like whatever college to get whatever degree? Like write a book for me based on what I would learn, and they would like write you the book. And you could just go and ask them questions about everything. Like you have the professor right there. And of course, like, you know, AI can hallucinate and make wrong decisions, but I mean, compared to what it used to be. But like, yeah, that's also like if you feel like you can learn like that, that's cool. Some people would rather go through the actual college experience and learn that way. And if that's the way that is the best for you and the least resistance, then I would say that's what you should do. But not for me. I've been continual improvement. I've been read. That's how I started with my first business. My first business that I ran myself and that was profitable, that like supported me, um, was I started by writing books. And the idea that led me to that was because I was just reading like every business book. I would just like go to like Barnes and Noble or like a bookstore, and I would just sit there and like read all their business books. Buy some like, but yeah, I was just trying to read like every business book. Like I never liked storybooks, like the fiction books. I was always reading nonfiction, like how to do stuff. So pretty much like after reading so many business books, like I got better at like scanning books to like, I could just kind of like skim through a book first to see if it was actually something I wanted to read before I like started investing time in it. Um okay, let's see. Saying that I should add the Gemini API key and then try it. And I'm not sure if it wants me to do that right now before it finishes. Um, Maybe it doesn't matter. I'm still gonna ask it just to avoid a possible problem, but I doubt it. But I'll just make sure. Cool. So Claude is still running, and it is asking me, um, basically, it's telling me that it has written up a plan and is ready to execute, saying would I like to proceed, and then it's giving me some options, like the main one being yes, clear the context and auto accept edits. However, I have not yet put the Gemini API key into the folder because it's like Claude is still running. I'm going to copy and paste everything that it's telling me and let me know if I should like click yes and make sure that it's done running for this specific prompt and then put in the API key, or if I should put the API key in now and then have it continue. It says let Claude run first. Awesome. Once it's done, then put in the API key. Crucial. Also update the user agent email in .env local if Claude created a variable for it, or just let Claude know your email so it can satisfy the SEC's rules. No problem. Yeah, I'm always trying to not break any SEC rules. Guess they got a lot of them, but yeah, if the SEC is watching, like I'm not trying to break any of your rules. Like, let me know if I'm doing something wrong. You don't have to sue me. I'll stop doing it. Um, just learning as I go and staying with the flow. Okay. All right. Do I want to proceed? Yeah, we run AI. AI doesn't run we. And I did not, like, that's actually a quote from something else, but I modified it to make it about AI. But basically saying the same thing. I just made it more specific for AI. Yeah, if you ever seen that movie called Third World Cop, that's one of my favorite movies. So that's one of the sayings from there. So yeah. Now it's adding the fetch analysis function. Awesome. Yeah, making progress. I'm pretty hopeful that this is gonna be easy. I feel like the hardest part was with the finance APIs. Awesome. Yeah, I guess I should have done it earlier. Said I can't find the API key, but yeah, that's cool. Um, just taking profits from this trade real quick. And yeah, that's that. Okay, add the Gemini API to the right folder. So I gotta go back to the browser so you can't see the API key and steal money from me. Gemini API key, I already created the label and everything. Awesome. Right. Restart the dev server. Back to the yeah, back to the cursor window and npm run dev. Oh yeah, I didn't put in that I didn't see any kind of user agent email. Alright, I waited for Claude to finish and I went and updated the Gemini API key. It created a label for that API key, but it did not create any kind of label for an email in that file. So I do not have any kind of email address in that file yet. What do you think I should do? But it's saying it's done. It's saying it's ready. That's an easy one to fix. Claude likely hard-coded a placeholder email directly into the file because it didn't see an environment variable for it. The SEC requires a user agent header that identifies who I am, a name and an email. If I don't provide this, they might block the app's request. So I have two choices. I can manually put it in the vault, the right file, or check the code, the clean way recommended. Truth translator, that's not the right name. So I'm gonna try. Maybe I can just. Okay, so quick developer update. The SEC is actually really cool for providing all this data for free, but they have one rule: don't be a ghost. You have to tell them who is knocking on their door. We're just adding a digital ID to our request so the government knows we're a legitimate app and not a malicious bot trying to crash their servers. Awesome. So I'm thinking maybe the best thing to do is you write a prompt for Claude Code to check to see if the email thing is there. And if it's not, I doubt it because I didn't give it my email yet. To create a label where I would put my email, I guess with the correct name because you use the incorrect name of this app, and then I can just go into that env local file and paste in my correct business email. What do you think? It's a smart play. See, AI is my employee. I don't work for you. I pay you. So I run AI. AI doesn't run we. Doesn't run I. I run AI. AI doesn't run I. So this is a smart play. Instead of hunting through all the files, let's have Claude do it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, except it's not called Truth Translator, so I gotta change that. Told you got the wrong name, and you still put it in. Like, yeah, Gemini is awesome, but some little things you just gotta be able to catch it. That's all AI. Every LLM. At the end of the day, it's still my friend. So, here we go. Just need to change this prompt so that it's got the right name. Yup. Why'd you do that to me, Claude? You serious? Good thing they're all free. Man. Told you not to do that. I can't trust you anymore. Okay, now I know for sure, like, if I'm using paid API keys, I'm making sure that I'm done. I can't do it. Can't put in any paid API key um, while I'm streaming because Claude is like it's scheming. Okay. Place the user agent. So yeah, I gotta not show the screen because I'm going into the API file. Save it. Okay. Now I did that. All right. Then I gotta restart. Yeah. Good thing I didn't run into too many problems today because this is taking longer. I mean, it makes sense because there's like more going on here, way more. And I'm almost done. Well, I never want to say that anymore. I gotta remember not to say I'm almost done because that's usually where the fun starts, where I get the worst errors. Anyways, said everything's good. Try localhost 3008. It's 8 this time. All right. Come on, work. Come on, work for me. If everything looks good, no error. Wow. Um, yeah, that didn't work. It says full transcript analysis will be available when AI processing is enabled. So, click recorder. Yeah, all right. So the website is working now, but it is showing me that when I'm looking at the truth translator for the very last part of the script, um, or the reality part, it still says partially full transcript analysis will be available when AI processing is enabled. So I think what's going on is there's something wrong with the AI processing, that it's not processing the report. I'm not sure if it's the report's coming through right, or if it's that the AI is not coming through to process it right, or what's going on. What do you think? Yep, see, I thought it was done, and now still got one more error to deal with. So the fact that I'm seeing that, it means the app is essentially saying, I know I have real data now, but for some reason the AI engine isn't firing, so I'm falling back to my pre-written note. Does it say, no, it does not say demo mode on the top. So the why behind the error, the SEC wall might be blocking the app because it doesn't, like the user agent, the SEC blocks the filing, the AI has nothing to read. The Gemini key handshake, even if the key is in the right folder, there might be a typo, or the server needs a hard reset to see it. The JSON response failure, sometimes the AI sends back its analysis, but it isn't in the exact format the website expects, so the website ignores it. Diagnostic prompt. The app is fetching real market data, but the truth translator still showing the AI processing is disabled. Fallback message. So it wants to debug the API, analyze the route. Does it successfully fetch the 8K from the SEC? Does it successfully call Gemini? What is the raw response from Gemini? Then check the environment variables. Ensure the code is looking for the correct API key exactly as they are spelled in the right file. Fix the fallback logic. If Gemini fails or the SEC is blocked, update the UI to show a specific error instead of the confusing demo mode text. Fix the SEC header. Ensure the fetch call to the SEC includes the SEC user environment variables. All right, sounds like what I wanted to do. So this is all diagnostic. But I mean, it's doing like 90% of what I wanted to do. It's just like, I can see how this is the most difficult function that, in my opinion, that this app is going to be doing. So Claude is looking for the full data flow to find out where it breaks. That's basically what I asked it to do. It's been reading these 4 files for a while, but it's got the right style. It's got the right flex. And you know, still in the flow. Okay, so I found a few issues. It says it's fixing them all. Let me just check where I'm at on Yeah, so I was like, man, I just updated the might as well sit down so I can see it lower. Just updated the process, the system. Basically, yeah, I thought this time like I was gonna be doing like two APIs. Like that was like gonna be like a huge like improvement for like making it more complicated and everything. And to build this ended up taking four. So, well, four so far. It's not built yet. All right. Okay. Bugs fixed. Let me see. Stale closure and fetch analysis, silent failure fallback, debug logging. Looks like I had everything good on my end. All right, so I tried again. Um, and yeah, I want to proceed. So hopefully this time it worked. But if not, no big deal. I'll figure out more. 3009 this time. All right. Another moment of truth. Whoa, now it's working not as good as before. Should have saved it before I did this. Okay. All right, so this made things worse. Basically, now when I click on the truth translator, um, and I click on the different quarters, it shows no information and it says AI analysis unavailable. AI analysis error dash check setting, or I'm sorry, check server logs. And then there's a button to retry analysis. And basically, I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to paste the message that Claude Code gave me when it's finished. But Claude Code basically, I think, told me that it thought it fixed all the bugs. See, I thought I was done. I was like, dude, it's done. And then it does this. Going with the flow. It's not about when I think it's going to be done, it's whenever it's done. So, yeah, I get to learn more. Yeah, before it was just the one part, and like really, if I can't get this SEC data, like this app is like really good without already like it already does more than anything I know about, and I have no problem with just like not including that last step to analyze that SEC data. So Gemini is telling me that even though I think things got worse as a developer, this is actually a huge step forward. See, it's all about the mindset. Like I thought it was so bad, but it's really not. Before the app was failing silently, it was broken but pretending to work by showing you old fake data. Now the app is being honest with you. It's saying I tried to do the real work, but something stopped me. Claude didn't fix the source of the error yet. It just gave the app a voice so it can tell us where it hurts. Interesting. To fix this, we need to look at the server log since Claude added step-by-step logging. The answer is sitting right in the terminal. Go to the terminal where you're running. Search for a ticker like NVIDIA. So I think I need to get a new terminal. Are you telling me I should open up a new terminal that doesn't have Claude Code running? Or use the one that's already running Claude Code? It's not Claude Code, it's not Clock Code. But they're starting to get it. Stay in the same terminal. So this is something new. What I got to do is look at the terminal panel at the bottom. See a drop-down list on the right side. Do not see that. I guess I can go back to the code. Yeah, it's not showing here. Terminal panel at the bottom. Drop down list. I don't see. Huh. Okay. I'm at the terminal that has been the only one I've been using that is got Claude Code running. And I do not see a drop down list on the right side of that panel, or really like at the bottom. I don't know what I need to do to get to the right part of the terminal that's showing what happens when I click the quarter earnings, because when I click it, it doesn't show anything in the current terminal that I'm running. So let me know what I'm missing. Okay, it gave me a prompt. Awesome. Check the background task, capture the output, manual test, report findings. Sounds easier than what you told me to do at first. All right. So it says, let me check what's running and hit the API directly. 2 bugs found. Quarter mismatch was a red herring. I gotta look up what that is. A red herring is something that misleads or distracts from a relevant or important question. Something that distracts from the truth, I guess. Okay. Quarters actually do match when using live data. The earlier test with Q1 2025 was me using a stale quarter. The real blocker. The Gemini 1.5 Flash model no longer exists. Google has depreciated it. Let me find the current model name and fix it. Okay, so do I want to proceed? So there's a problem with the Gemini API. It just didn't have the right model name, I think is what it's saying. Way more. If that's actually like the main problem and that fixes it, like that's way simpler than what I would have thought. But you never know. Just gotta go with the flow. Works perfectly. The full pipeline is now functional. We'll see. We'll see if you got everything. So yeah, if you're watching and you're wondering what I'm doing is basically creating an app for beginner investors, but this is really a higher level too. Like if I was a beginner and I had access to this, man, I would have learned so much quicker. This is better in my opinion than any app. Better, each one is better than the day before. Essentially what I'm trying to do is an app that you can see above me. I've done the system and the process. The number one problem is basically the expectation gap and then the translation. And those are kind of two different problems, but I see them as being like tied for the number one problem for beginners when it comes to earnings. Earnings is essentially something that usually has a major effect on the price. Well, I guess like so earnings itself does. So basically like the company is running and every quarter the people at the top of the company have an earnings call and they're talking about what's going on with the company and where they see it in the future. And essentially experienced investors usually listen to these. They listen to them. They've been listening to them for years, so they understand them. There's a lot of like, technical jargon, people would say. People, CEOs talk in a certain way, and people at the top, like it's they. Anyways, like one part of that. So the one problem is that like, beginners think that like, if an earnings call is good, that the price should go up afterwards, or if an earnings call is bad, it should go down afterwards. And this is really a simple thing to solve. Basically, what really usually happens is like buy the rumors, sell the news. Usually, whatever happens on the earnings call, like experts already understand that has happened, so they've already like bought or sold ahead of time based on what they think it's going to be. And so usually like what happens is after the earnings call, the price does something different than what people would expect based on what the earnings call is. So this like helps clear that up, but even more importantly, it's translating what happened in the earnings call. So this would hopefully take away people having to listen to these earnings calls. I mean, unless they want to. and it's gonna like translate what happened in the earnings call. And also too, something I didn't even really have in the initial vision that is kind of like manifested itself through making this is that it's going to hold the CEO accountable. Like it's saying what the the CEO and what the people at the top have been promising in these calls. And you can go back and look at the last year of information from the earnings calls, and it should say like, okay, the CEO said this is supposed to happen, and then you can look like, did they actually implement this? Did they actually do this? Like, are they actually doing what they're saying? And yeah, that's major. Um, okay, 3009. Try searching for Apple, and it should load. Hopefully, we will see. Um, so I don't think I'll just do npm run dev. It'll probably tell me now it's 3010, but it's cool. I just want to make sure. Go back to 3000. Awesome. Just making sure. Yep, 3000. Back to the original. Okay, so the browser. I think this is really. It's pretty much. Let's see if it worked. Come on. I mean, it says it's analyzing the call. It wasn't doing that last. Wow. Wow. Oh, man. This is next level. Wow. I mean, it takes like a minute to do this with each. Wow. It takes a minute to do this with each like different earnings call. It's cross-referencing the SEC filings. Wow, dude. Oh, man. So I've got this straight from I've got information from different financial APIs that give me like the price information and everything like for the chart, and I've got a direct link to the SEC for these earnings calls, and then I got a direct link to AI to translate them. So for example, looking at a year ago, quarter two, March 31st from 2025. You can see first when you hover over it on the chart, it's going to show you that they missed their earnings. The estimated was it would be $1.66. The actual was $1.65. So they missed it. It was a surprise by 0.6%. But the next day, even though they missed earnings, the stock went up 2.4%. But maybe it did the next day. But as you can see, a couple days later, by April 8th, it went down a decent amount, right? So it's not, I like how it's not trying to, at least so far, what I see is not trying to like predict that that dip was because of the earnings. But I can see how there's a problem here that it went up the next day. Well, that's not a problem. It's looking at the next day, what happened. But like a month or a week later, it went down a decent amount. So like looking at this one, the next earnings, it went above it. So they beat earnings by like 7.3%. So the next day move was up 3.4%. As you can see from here, it started like more of an uptrend. Let's see where it went down right here. Q1 of this is the most recent earnings call. They beat it by 4.2%, but the next day move was down 0.8%, almost 1%. And like it went down, and it's just kind of like almost back to where it was from that call. But wow. Oh, okay. So Now you go into the truth translator, what the CEO said versus what actually happened, decoded for real people. What the company wants you to hear. We continue to see strong demand for our latest products and robust growth in our service segment, demonstrating the enduring strength of the Apple ecosystem. The reality, what the AI decoded from the Q&A. The company reported earnings of 0.165 per share, which was slightly below the 0.166 that financial experts were expecting, meaning they just missed their profit target. So, the next main point is our commitment to innovation is unwavering, and we are incredibly excited about the upcoming product launches that will expand our market reach and delight our customers. So this was a year ago. I don't know what those are, but I don't think Apple's done too much different. Guess they did release a new version of the phone. So now they're saying they delivered on this. Interestingly, even with the small earnings miss, Apple's stock price actually climbed by 2.4% the day after the announcement, suggesting investors likely focused on other positive news or future outlook shared by the company. And then here's the one that wasn't updating before. Despite a dynamic economic environment, we're managing our business efficiently and remain confident in our ability to deliver value to shareholders through sustained profitability. And see, just going off on something else on the side real quick, this is where I think like a huge problem in businesses right now, a huge disconnect is especially like the bigger a corporation gets, once they start shifting to providing value to the shareholders from providing value to their customers, that's like, going back to all the like mindset stuff I'm talking about, like there shouldn't be a situation where a company's main focus isn't providing value for their customers. When their main focus is providing value for the shareholders, then I feel like that's kind of like a recipe for disaster. Anyways, the red flag. While the earning miss was small, it's pretty unusual for Apple to miss its profit estimates. This could potentially signal that growth in some key product areas might be slowing down a bit, or that costs are creeping up more than anticipated, which management might have tried to downplay. Plain English breakdown. Apple's latest earnings report showed a slight miss on profit expectations, which means they earned just a little less per share than the Wall Street was forecasting. However, the stock actually went up the next day, which is pretty interesting. This likely suggests that while the current numbers weren't perfect, management probably painted a compelling picture of future growth or upcoming products, and investors focused on that potential. Let's see. It did the next day, but like then it went down, but you don't know if that is correlated to this, so I don't want to like get that specific with it. It's doing what I wanted it to do. And then you got the big picture. Over the last 4 quarters, Apple has beat earnings 3 times and missed 1 time. The average surprise was they beat earnings by 3.3%. This suggests the company tend to set conservative expectations, which is generally a positive signal for transparency. Full AI-powered analysis of earnings call transcripts will be available in a future update. Okay, that's something good to know for. And then it shows the source of each like card or window. And I'm still kind of not 100% sure on how this transparency gauge works. I think basically what they're saying is they're basing it on whether they hit earnings or not, but I'm going to find out. And I should definitely push to GitHub. All right, looks good. I'm not getting any more error messages right now. First thing I think I should do is push this to GitHub, and then I just have a few questions for you. Can you create a prompt to push this to GitHub? Wow. when I keep making these and they're better than I even like start, it's like still my vision, but it's like better. And just co-creating with AI is like once I like learn how to like use it right, and I run the AI and the AI doesn't run I. Yeah, it's so much better. Wow, just keep getting better at this. I'm like 12 days into this challenge, and I feel like I'm way farther than where I would have thought from day one. Looking at day one, for me to get to like this level from what I built on day one, if someone would have told me I'd be building stuff like this, I would have been like, yeah, right. Right. So now here's the questions that I have for Claude or Gemini. All right, so I just noticed something that maybe this is not fully complete. Basically, in the yearly master summary where it says the big picture, I'm gonna copy and paste what it gave me, but essentially what it's saying is it says like the full AI powered analysis of earnings call transcripts will be available in a future update. So I'm gonna paste it here and you let me know what you think is going on. Spotted the last ghost, hopefully the last of the mock data. Oh, hey, what's up? Just noticed the chat. Um, am I using voice message to talk to AI? Yeah, I'm talking to Gemini. What I found is that essentially I like the voice feature with Gemini the best. Typing would take way longer. Uh, Claude LLM, I think some stuff for coding it does a little bit better than Gemini, but it's so annoying for me to talk to the Claude LLM because it wants to talk back to me, and it won't let me talk and then paste stuff. And when it talks back to me, it's like really slow and glitchy. And I just want to be able to talk to it and then read what it says without it talking back to me, and it doesn't seem to be able to do that. So you're asking, am I making some sort of political website that helps tell people what actually happened, preventing propaganda? No, there's nothing political about this. This is for investors, specifically beginner investors. So this is all about helping beginner investors know, essentially, like become better investors. But essentially, the way like my mind is working is that beginner investors should be focused on like the best time to buy a stock, and there's so much different stuff that you can research as far as like the stock price, the stock data. So all my tools so far, except for like the first one was just something totally different before I had this idea to go in this direction, have been for beginner investors, and they've all been like either kind of translating tools that already exist, so that say you can like you know read the financial indicator tool for that app, and all these tools are in the description for the YouTube channel. I couldn't get them in Twitch yet, but yeah, these are all financial apps. So all these are gonna like none of these are gonna be like you should definitely buy this because of this information, because that's not how like this works with investing. Like you all you can do is do the best research that you can and get a better idea of how things are working and how things like what's most logically or likely to happen next, and then you have to just go on your own like research. But for beginners, like I'm trying to cut down their time of learning, and that's what these apps do. And even like this app right here, like this is something from what I understand like experienced people would get a ton of value out of. This is just on a different level. So yeah, nothing political. It's all about like right now I'm looking at Apple. So it's just looking at like Apple releases each quarter, 4 times a year, basically an earnings report. So this is going, and it's kind of like translating the earnings report for like a beginner level, but I mean this would be good for anyone that they wouldn't, because these earnings calls are like hours long usually. So this is like, instead of listening to the call, this is gonna like translate it for you and give you a better idea of is it a good time to buy the stock or not, and combine that with all the, take whatever stock you want, and then put it into each different tool. And the more tools you put it into, the better of a read you're going to get, the more information you're going to get. And it's just like helping beginner investors. So on this channel, you're learning about investing, and you're learning about coding and the mindset, abundance mindset that I'm talking about, and business knowledge too. Like the whole way I'm doing these apps is basically like how I would like start any business. Like I'm setting all these apps up and everything I make on here, the same process I would use to start a business. So doing this from the start with the intention that you could monetize it. So if you're, not just looking to make apps for your own personal use that other people can use, and you'd like to monetize them, then you're learning that too. So yeah, so many different things like that, hopefully I'm providing value for. All right, so got to, okay, spotted the last ghost. What's happening is that the yearly summary is still pulling from a hard-coded fallback in the code, while we successfully fix the quarterly deep dives to use real AI. The overarching summary was likely left as a static block of text to save on API tokens during early testing. Think of it like this: the quarter's live real-time AI analysis of the 8K filings. That's basically the earning reports that I'm getting from the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, I think that means. And the big picture, a coming soon placeholder that summarizes the earnings reports number, but doesn't actually ask the AI for a master narrative. So to finish this and make the whole page 100% AI powered, give this to Claude Code. We need to fix the big picture summary. It's currently showing a placeholder about future updates. I'm like trying to talk it too fast. So implement, drink some water, slow down. I'm excited because it's like better than I thought. So implement to get the master summary. Create a new function that takes all the data from the quarters and sends it to Gemini. The prompt based on these 4 quarters of earnings. In the individual AI analysis, write a 2-sentence big picture summary, focus on the trend, and remove any mention of future updates. Update the yearly summary component to display this live AI generated text instead of static string. Okay. Oh, I guess it's still got to finish it pushing to GitHub where it was at. And wondering where are we at on the overall? Yeah, there's very little to do after this gets fixed. Just kind of like some cleanup and polishing, I think. Because I'm on the brink, creating something I've never created before, and for sure I would have to say this is the best yet. So just keep on getting better every day. And I know the process had to have saved me a lot of time, because man, like if I did not like create a system and wasn't like updating this system each time, I would be having to like forget and remember so much. And that runs into errors, and then a lot of like doing stuff that you have to like erase later and like recreate. And I can tell my process is major, like setting up this system, setting it up like a business system for creating apps. I don't know, maybe. Well, I guess no, I do. I am researching to how like I'm gonna check GitHub real quick, see that it updated. Yep, I see some now stuff. Awesome. Okay, so this prompt. Yeah, the future. This is so awesome, and I'm building such awesome stuff. I'm kind of like, dude, like I could monetize this stuff now. It's getting so good, but no, I want to make sure my viewers have something for free that they can see and they can try out and let me know about what they think. And yeah, I just keep providing value and right now giving away for free. Anybody who wants to see how investing works. Yeah, it's all abundance. A lot of money on investing. Um, I mean, like I'm more experienced, so I'm like trading even. Like I just put in a trade for Bitcoin basically right before I started this stream. I'm up 168% because I used really high leverage that I would not recommend to any beginner at all. I would not recommend any leverage for any beginner. I would not recommend trading for a beginner until you are buying stocks at the right time. Till you've been buying stocks and you can tell over time that okay, I'm starting to improve. You know that I'm buying at the right time. I'm starting to make better buy decisions. Once you do that, then you can look into trading. And then I would recommend making like longer swing trades, like trades that you stay in for at least a couple days, try to buy and then sell. That day trading is way more difficult. And then kind of the last part of it is let's see, leverage. But search for Apple. So yeah, Claude has written up a plan. Oh, and ready to. Okay, I was just reading the plan it writ up, and it's asking me, do I want to start on it? And yes, I do. It's doing so much, and I'm just trying to like keep up with what it's doing. I'm getting better at it. All this used to be like a different language to me just a couple weeks ago, and I'm just keep moving forward. Going through like a gallon of water for each stream, but for how much I'm talking, that makes sense. And for how the Midwest is so, man, so the air is so dry, like the colder it gets. Got like a couple days where it warmed up, and that just kind of like, now it's cold again, man. And like those warm days, like, kind of like, it's good when you get them, but then when it goes back to winter, it's like, man, my brain just started to think it was like spring or something. Like, dude, when I was out, I remember that from Denver, dude. Denver was be like, whoa. The bottle just like, yeah, like if you have like soda or like bottles and stuff, you ever buy some chips, like a bag of chips up in the mountains, and the bag is like puffed out because like the elevation change, like, or like even my tires, like driving up and down from the mountains, like the tire pressure would change all the time. But anyways, with the springtime, most it would happen in the fall too, but mostly the spring, man, it would be like a week of like going from like it'd snow, and then a couple days later it'd be like 70 degrees, springtime. Your brain would be like, oh man, it's like springtime. And then like a week later it'd snow again, and it would do this for like a month or two straight. And it was just like, oh man, I mean, I love so much about being out there, but yeah, that part of the year not so much. But Yeah, I'm sure I'd be out there right now if they're actually getting snow. But this year it's a no-go so far. Could still get some. It's starting to come. It kind of switched from what I understand. Like, it was like super warm and dry out there, and like, the Midwest to like the East Coast and the South, we're getting all these like storms and cold weather. And it looks like it just flipped and then flipped back. So usually, from what I understand, that's how the weather works. It kind of flips. So now out the mountains, it should be getting um hopefully, but I know it's like I was looking last week, like all like Park City was starting to get some storms, and unfortunately I saw because that avalanche stuff up by Tahoe, where I was at Tahoe last year, um that like they were getting some good snow. I saw that, like, but I also figured like that's like the first major storm of the year. So like everybody out there has been waiting all year to get some good storms, to get some good snow, get some good powder days. So it's usually like packed, like when they get that first good storm after like a lull. So I was like, no, I'll wait, let it build up a base, like wait for like maybe two or three more storms. Hopefully, I mean, it'll be late in the season. I can get out there for at least like a couple weeks of good conditions. But right now, like I don't, it's not even worth my time to ride on groomed runs and ice and not even be able to go in the trees. And like, man, I was looking at going to Europe, but just like that seems like way too much extra stuff just to go snowboarding when there's places in America to go. Um, yeah, moving in the right direction. It's doing the work. There we go. Zero errors. Here's a summary. So npm run dev. Not sure how necessary this is, but I'm just doing it to. I guess essentially I could just check the site and see if it made the right moves. So far, I feel like this stream just got to be the longest one yet. So but I mean, for what I built, like it's totally worth it. Okay, so this one's localhost with the 7. We're gonna check it out, see if it made that right change. And then there's not much left to do. Yeah, AI is analyzing all 4 quarters. This wait, broken promise tracker. Whoa, I don't remember that being there before. Why is there that thing next to it though? All right, something new to understand after this, at least to fix the problem I was on right now. So you can see now the big picture is working. Apple's shown a solid trend of exceeding earnings expectations in recent quarters. Company also significantly improved its transparency with investors after an initial dip. Yeah, this must be what they're talking about. At Q2, there was an initial dip, so then they were like, okay, investors maybe that's why that happened. They didn't really trust them that they were being transparent, so then they like made more of a intention to be more transparent, and then you can see the stock started rising again. So they're just guessing, saying that like recently the reaction has been kind of mixed, suggesting investors might be looking at other factors beyond just earnings. So, the broken promise tracker. While management might have suggested a clear path to hitting their financial targets and maintaining open communication, investors generally expect a high level of transparency regarding the company's performance and outlook. What they said versus what they did. The company slightly missed its earnings per share estimate, meaning it earned a bit less profit per share than expected. More noticeably, its transparency score was quite low. Is this Q1 20? But this is for a yearly. Okay. 45 out of 100, indicating that the information providing to investors during this period was less clear or detailed than usual. Interesting. Okay. So all right, back to Gemini. Um all right, it looks like everything is working with the big picture for the yearly master summary. There's also a part that I didn't remember from before called the broken promise tracker. And next to the label, there's like a yellow kind of like yield signal, like an exclamation point inside of a triangle. And I don't remember setting up to put any kind of like symbol next to the broken promise tracker. However, it's there. I'm just wondering what you think, if that's like right. Does that change with like the message, or like how does that work? The yellow yield signal is a warning flag that Claude likely added to the UI to make the app look more like a professional financial tool. It's meant to grab the user's attention. It's a visual cue for a red flag. Um, does it change? Yes. If Claude set it up correctly, that icon should only appear if the AI finds a broken promise. So that yellow triangle is the BS detector in action. We didn't just want to list the facts, we wanted the app to visually warn beginners when a company isn't being 100% straight with them. Dude, there's no like this is like super difficult for like the most experienced investors to understand, to like come up with this kind of like data from like wow. Yellow means proceed with caution. All right. So here's the recommended next steps. Deployment. Now the app is 100% real, no more mock data. Do I want to put it on a live URL so I can share it with the world? Yeah, I'm going to do that. API limits, we should check the Gemini dashboard just to see how many tokens we've used today. It's probably only a few cents worth, but it's free, so that wouldn't make sense. UI polish, do you want to change the color of that yield symbol, or maybe add a green symbol for when a company actually keeps their promises? What's the biggest priority now that the engine is finished? Okay. For questions 1 and 2, um, yes and yes, but I will do that later. For number 3, I think that that is fine. I just wanted to make sure that, it was supposed to be there and it wasn't something about the site not working correctly. So I guess the next step I have is phase 5. the aha refinement. I don't know how much of this stuff maybe has already been done, so I'm going to copy and paste the final step that we originally created with the original plan, and you let me know what you think. Is there anything else that needs to be done as far as this last step? Yeah, that makes me, it made me like, I just noticed that comment too. The person asking me, am I making like a political website that helps tell people what actually happened, preventing propaganda? And that, like, I guess someone could totally do that, but I wouldn't want it to be me. I'm trying to avoid politics as much as possible. Essentially, I try my best, but it's still like always kind of in my face. And yeah, I don't want to be. I would imagine like if you're thinking about doing that and you want to apply this to that, that would be something you could do. Um, Especially right now, the way things are, I do not want to be calling anybody out. They like who knows what they might try to do. But yeah, I don't. I just even bigger than that. I I'm trying to stay out of that Babylon political scene. Okay, regarding phase 5, you've actually built the engine for most of it, but it's currently in a functional but raw state. To get the polished professional feel, do one final pass. So it's saying so far the beginner first prompting is only partially done. We need to tighten the instructions to make sure it doesn't use big words without explaining them. Right now, I probably see a spinning circle when data is loading. Yup. So change up the look of it. The no data error screens. We have error check logs button, but we want a friendly screen for when a company simply hasn't filed an 8K yet. Okay. Find the AI persona. Add shimmer skeletons. Friendly empty states. Broken promise icon. Dude, I get like excited when these turn out like better than I expected. Like I'm feeling good about this. And so yeah, we're moving from beta to version 1.0. The engine is fast, but the user experience needs to be smooth. We're adding skeletons, those pulsing bars you see on YouTube while a video is loading, so the app feels lightning fast even when the AI is thinking. We're also making sure our A doesn't sound like a boring textbook. We want it to sound like that one smart friend who explains stocks over coffee. Sounds good to me. I feel like I should also incorporate education station, but I can do that after this. Wow, some way, somehow, keep coming up with something new like every day. So I want to put in the education station, and then I want to do an analysis on for improvement. Check how well it's engineered, and then today I wanted to try asking it about security as well. Especially now that I'm putting, well, these are all free APIs, but I'm starting to get more detail, like for APIs. Like I want to know for the future, like if I got these APIs in there, essentially, like what do I need to do for security? Sounds like what they're telling me is good, but I just want to like double check, and then also too like just security for the entire project. Um, Some I really don't know much about, so I got a lot to learn still. As much as I'm progressing, there's still new lessons to be learned. So I'm earning right now just in knowledge and providing value at the same time. Man, this is such a. I'm really thankful. Just giving thanks for life and health and strength, and being able to provide value for people in so many different ways. So much different value just off one process. Right. Oh yeah, switch it back to the code because it's running. So yeah, essentially I put in that prompt and it's saying gave like a list of what it's gonna do. Said it's read all the files. Now it's implementing the changes. Yes, proceed. I'm gonna start talking to Gemini right now about that education station. I would like to add an education station to the bottom of this app. Essentially just like, um explain like the main points, like the different, like what earnings reports are, why they exist, and like what the different like components of the app is doing, and explain this so that beginners would understand. Can you give me some suggestions on like what I should include for this information in this education station? Okay, build succeeds with no errors, so I can try it out. Try to refresh. Oh, try something. Started getting ahead of myself. Hopefully that error that I just saw is because I just didn't run the dev server to the right thing. It said change it to 8. Awesome. So far, so good. So now I think the main thing is like while it's loading up. Yeah, it's not showing that. Well, it is for the yearly, but it's analyzing quick. Yeah, it's looking better every time. And like right here, I want to put in the education station for the nation of viewers that are getting value out of this and all the people in the future. So, okay. So what I want to add, or what Gemini is recommending I add, the why, the big picture, what's an earnings report, explains it as a corporate report card. Every 3 months, companies are legally required to tell the truth to the government about how much money they made or lost. Why does the price jump? Explain that stock prices are just expectations. If a company does better than people thought they would, the price usually goes up. I also want to add something about one of the main problems that we talk about here, the expectation gap. So I want to make sure that's included there. The truth translator explained that this section scans the 8K filing, the official legal document, to find where the CEO is using fancy words to hide boring or bad numbers. The broken promise tracker defined this as an accountability log. If a company promised to grow their users last quarter but failed this quarter, we flag it here. The jargon cheat sheet, the revenue, total money coming in, net income, money left after bills are paid, EPS, earnings per share. If you divided the profit among every single stock slice, how much each slice gets, the guidance, the company's weather forecast for the next few months. All right, so I just want to make sure that they add in an explanation about expectation gap. I like all your suggestions, but there's one thing that I think is missing, and that's the expectation gap. This was the major problem that I wanted to solve, so I want to include an explanation about what an expectation gap is and essentially like why it is important. Where do you think is the best place to incorporate this information? Yeah. Suggest putting it in two places. They're saying not just in the education station, but in the price chart, earnings stats, a small info tooltip right next to the surprise percentage. So like if a company makes 1 billion but everyone expected 1.1, the stock price often drops. That $100 million difference is the expectation gap. All right, so I did not yet put in the prompt for the education station at all. So it looks like you've got two different prompts. Do you think I should put those prompts in one at a time, or do you want to make one prompt that will include everything as far as the education station and the expectation gap information? Let me know what you think. One single prompt. All right. Yeah, bottom of the main page. Expectation gap centerpiece, the most important lesson. Yes, it is. Earnings 101 accordion, UI integration, and styling. Awesome. Let's build the final education layer of the app. I'll be right back. Man, that was a good trade today, man. See, I caught that one at the right time, man. I got the alert coming through talking about Bitcoin just dropped like 3 or 4%, and I was like, dude, that's more like, looking back, it hasn't dropped that big in a while. So yeah, I got in close to the bottom and up 234%. That is man, that is like, that's a good trade. Okay. So I guess npm run dev. Oh, two V's. Uh-oh. Third to 10. Got the education station. Yeah, I guess this doesn't, it's not specific to the stocks. So Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Just make sure everything works good. Um, try the mobile view. What it look like on a phone. Yeah, this is done, at least locally. I'll hover over the surprise. Where's that? Surprise percentage. Forgot where that is. Oh. Can't really hover over it. I see the thing there, but I can't. Yeah, it's just a few really simple things that maybe I would change, but I mean, like 99% of this, 95% of this is like, it solves the problem and it's doing way more than I ever could imagine from the start. And if people actually use this, then I could do like a few things to clean it up. But for now, yeah, I'm glad. Yes, I'm ready to send this to GitHub. Then I just want to do a few things to like analyze how I did. Wow. Yeah, every day more proud of what I made than the day before, so keep moving in that direction. I just hope like I'm hungry, but I mean what I've done is like pushing me to just get it done. So yeah, I mean it is done, but I want to go through the whole process. Huge milestone. Ask yourself 3 questions. The beginner looks at the app for 30 seconds. Do they understand why a stock might drop even with positive earnings? Maybe not 30 seconds, but that wasn't the goal. It was 3 minutes, and definitely 3 minutes. Is it readable without a dictionary? Yeah. Does the truth section tell me something useful, or does it just repeat the numbers? Yeah, and it's telling me more. So they're telling me I just did a huge level up. I did data orchestration. 3 different sources this time. No, 4. Well, I guess I pulled data from 3 and then another source that kind of like translates the data. I didn't just chat with Gemini, I wrote a persona that translate government documents into mentor style advice. Built a system that remembers analysis for each quarter so it doesn't have to refetch. Professional teams use this analysis for their own work. What part of the process felt the most rewarding? Getting it done and seeing that it worked. What do I know now that I didn't know 48 hours ago? How to implement. I think the main thing was implement like LLMs into an app. I never did that before, and use like multiple APIs. Um, Write a prompt for me to give to Claude Code to push this to GitHub. Yeah. Yeah, my eyes are messing up from staring at the screen. I can tell. I gotta cut these sessions down. Noticing 5 hours is kind of the point where I'm like, at least my eyes. But I'm like so hyped up that I did something so awesome that just like, yeah. Okay. Live on GitHub. Check it out. Sure, it's showing now. Yep, some of the files are now. Okay. I'm gonna put it to Vercel. Gotta do the environment variables. New project. And I can't show you guys this because of the environment variables with the API keys. See, I gotta go back to the browser window so you can't see the API key. When I'm adding the API keys into the environment variables in Vercel, do I need to add the SEC user agent part that shows my email address? Yes, absolutely. Okay. Right, 4 different. Deploy. Deploying. Tired and hungry, but I did it. Yeah. It's building the logs. Then it creates a deployment summary. Then it assigns custom domains. And then once it deploys, I can click a button to add the analytics. And then I think I just have to give a prompt to, awesome, it's working. Um, Loaded. Right. Insight, analytics, enable. That's all I gotta do. Um, all right, I just got it deployed on Vercel, and I added the analytics. Can you write me a prompt to give to Claude Code so that it makes sure that the analytics are working? Yeah, I'm getting tired. I accidentally added too much into that prompt, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. Claude said that it did everything for the analytics and that I should push and deploy. Can you write me a prompt for it to push and deploy? Right, it says it pushed. It's saying it's also checking Vercel deployment status, but what I thought was if it pushes it to GitHub, it automatically updates with Vercel. But I'm not even gonna like get into asking it about that right now, because if that's the case, either way, it's doing it. So next, I want to do that analysis for improvement of over-engineered or under-engineered, even though it's basically already done. I just want to do this like last thing. And I kind of went out of order towards the end, but these are new steps. Yeah, I mean, couldn't have thought of something better than this. I mean, I'm just like I'm learning a ton on this, and like when I'm making these for beginners, and I'm reading this and getting value and being like, this is awesome to even like an experienced investor. It's just like, wow, like what is possible if I've only been doing this long? Awesome. All right, the last thing that I want to do is analyze for improvement in regards to, is this over engineered or under engineered, and why? Okay. Now what I want to do is analyze this for improvement. I want to know if it's over engineered, under engineered, and why. So first let me know what you think, and then create a prompt for Claude Code to do that same analysis. And this has been a big part of what I'm doing to get better, because it's not only is it giving me information, but it's finding stuff that wasn't caught already to make it better. Is it over engineered? Slightly, but for good reason. I'm using a triple API architecture. Like that's a lot of moving parts for a stock ticker, but it's more than that. Usually beginner app would just use one API. However, because I wanted to solve the expectation gap, I had to over-engineer the data side. Strategic over-engineering. It's complex because the goal was ambitious. Is it under-engineered? The why. Currently, the app relies on the SEC search matching the 8K date perfectly. If the SEC website changes its layout, or if a company files their 8K under a weird name, the truth section might break while the rest of the app looks fine. The verdict is under-engineered in terms of error recovery. A fully engineered version would have a backup plan, like a secondary news scraper, for when the SEC fetch fails. Interesting. The aha engineering, perfectly engineered. The verdict, your education station and mentor tone prompting are the strongest parts. I didn't just build a data pipeline, I built a logic filter. In the world of AI apps, the value isn't in the data, it's how you translate it. I hit the bullseye here, I would agree. Now the prompt. Basically saying the same thing for analysis from Claude Code. Yeah, and in the past when I would do this, the main thing, it would find like where I made mistakes in the like bugs and stuff. It would like have extra code that it didn't need, so it would like clean everything up. But right here, it looks like what it might also do is do a caching strategy so we don't hit the API rate limits as easily. And the one thing they were talking about was like if the SEC site has a problem, then it wouldn't shut the tool down. There would be some kind of like backup or some kind of like at least some kind of error message that would just like stop from the analysis part of the data. But I mean, the simplest part, like, you know, you could probably find on any other website, or not any other, but like probably the most advanced tools, I'm guessing, would essentially only have, um, oh, it's not up right now. So I just made it live, probably. Okay. Yeah, it would just show like, you know, what the expectations were for earnings and whether it hit it or not. Um, so the full technical review is pretty long. I'm going to give it to Gemini and have it summarize it. I just got the report back from Claude Code. I'm going to paste it here and have you summarize it for me. Okay, the wallet problem, scalability. Claude identified your biggest risk is money and limits. Right now, every time a user clicks search, you pay for a new AI brain call. The same user clicks Apple 5 times, I pay 5 times. With the free tiers, I'd just get 10 users searching at the same time could crash the app. So they're going to do caching. It's like putting a cheat sheet in the app's memory. The brittleness problem, reliability. The SEC logic is a bit fragile. It looks for reports within a 7-day window, but because of time zones, a report filed at midnight might be missed. User might see no data found even though the report exists just because it was filed 8 hours too late. Fuzzy matching, making the window wider and more flexible with time zones. The jitters problem, the double loading, the page pops up, then a second later the AI summarizes pop up. Feels like the app is stuttering. Users might think the app is broken or cheap because elements keep jumping around as they load. Unified loading, use the shimmer skeletons we discussed so the whole page feels like it's arriving at once. Some good fixes. So, Gemini recommends that the main thing I should have it fix is caching. And it gave me a prompt. So I'm gonna give it this prompt. Yeah. I think I'm gonna skip that security analysis step for today. Too hungry. But yeah, it's all free APIs anyway, so it's not like you know, I can basically, I'll provide the link tomorrow. So yeah, tune in tomorrow and you can get the link to try out this app. And yeah, I can see why caching is like the most important thing out of everything that it picked up. Basically, like the other stuff, it sounds like is not that big of a deal. The main thing would be like the connection with the SEC, and you know, this is like I'll put this out, and then I can always go back and fix stuff later. The main thing is that like it works for the main function and it solves the main problem, which I feel like it does. So yeah, as for right now, um, what do you think? Like, is there anything else I'd really do that's like important right now? Yeah, this is like MVP mindset, most valuable person, no minimum viable product. You have solved the expectation gap. The data is flowing, AI is translating, and the education station is teaching. Like they say in tech, if you aren't embarrassed by the first version of your product, you shipped it too late. Yeah, I've been that would that would be super downgrade to how I feel. I feel like I'm very proud of this. Um do a mobile check. I did that. Saying let people know with some text like, you know, if it doesn't work, just try again later. It's not a big deal for right now. If people use it a lot and it crashes, then I can like learn more and fix that. We're at a pencils down moment. The core problem is solved. We've moved past the stressing over code phase. I never even stressed. Can't let any kind of code stress me or depress me. Core problem solved. If anything, I gotta be careful with my eyes with the stress of the computer screen. Gotta get your endurance up so you can do these like 8 hour straight work sessions with like no break. I mean, I like what I'm doing. I like what I'm pursuing. So it's like if you love what you do, it's not even really feeling like work. It feels like I'm creating something awesome that provides value to myself and other people. So it's like, yeah, I'm tired and hungry, and my eyes are a little bit stressed from the screen, but I'm living the dream and built what I've seen in my vision. So yeah, fulfilling the mission and saying it worked right. Um, so I think I just need to say, do I want to do one final prompt to do a mobile polish? No, I think I just need to push it now, right? After these changes, do I still need to push it to GitHub? If so, write a prompt to that. I think I do. I think Claude just forgot that. Yes, I absolutely should. Permanent save point. App is officially at version 1.0. Yeah, I know. Because I stayed in the flow and I got it done. After I get this, I'm about to run and eat some food. That salmon on my mind and broccoli. So essentially, well, I'll push it to GitHub and that'll automatically take care of whatever needs to be done on Vercel. I don't need to like push it to Vercel after that. Yes. I'm very interested to see how much data I used. My plan. Okay. It's a summary. Got the truth translator. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I guess yeah, just make sure it works. It's the only thing I can think of. Sure it works live. Yes, it does. Awesome. All right, okay. Finally done for the day. Longest stream yet, but no reason to worry or fret or stress because I got it all done. But now I gotta run and get some food, so hopefully you got some value off of what you see. And yeah, this is really like the good place to be to get the information that you need for abundance, business, vibe coding. Vibe coding is the main thing for this. Really, that's like the main thing I'm learning and I'm doing. And the skill, I think that's the most value out of anything I'm showing here is like the vibe coding value. So yeah, hopefully you got some value off of what I had to tell you. And until next time, I'm out without a doubt.